What goes on, gang? What's the deal? What is going on? What's happening? Fix this. Boom.
Yo.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah. All right, just getting set up over here. I see you guys copping in here. Asian session must have been a banger, 95 pips. Yes. Asian session was a banger. Yeah. It was great. All right, how many people we got in here? 100? Yeah, I guess we could do a breakdown. Let's get into it. Yeah, the daily yesterday closed bearish. Closed bearish. We filled that bottom wick. We've come down here today, broke the previous daily low. The previous 4 hours also closed bearish. We're on our way to fill that 4-hour wick, but we're inside that We're inside that 4-hour wick, so we haven't broken it. And you know what do we know about wicks? Wicks are ranges, so we are stuck in this range. Wick, this range on the smaller time frame. We go to that. Yep, there we go. Range. Bing, bada boom. It's the range we're playing around in. Closures below here would look amazing. I would not mind that. Candles are still bigger than your ego, and I need these candles to humble themselves just like your ego needs to humble itself for you to be profitable. All right, so we need both of these things to happen. The 15 level is a bit lower, just a little bit. You see this little bit that I say is lower? It's only 350 pips away. This little area is 350 pips. Usually my entire screen is 350 pips. I usually have it like this. This is how my screen usually is. But right now we have this little range from the 30 to the 15 level at 350 pips. This right here is I want to introduce you guys to this candle. This is a 500 pip 5-minute candle. Okay, you guys should meet. Reason why I want you to know your enemy. I want you to know your enemy, right? And avoid it like a fucking plague. Green, what's up, brother? Where you been? And don't say Nick's live stream. I know that, but where else have you been? You have not been here. Where else have you been, bro? You been here? I haven't seen you in a little while, bro. It's been a few days. What's the lot size? What the lot size you're using in live nowadays? It ranges between honestly between 2 and 8. Two and 10. It ranges between, like yesterday, the 95 pips I took with a 2-lot. Because like it was a 600 pip stop. Realistically, right? It was a possibility. It's so 10x the stops, 10x less on the lot size. I just took Bougie's advice and went just lower the lot size. Created my first futures live account, only used funded and forex prior. Why is the like 100 different gold charts with different dates and shit? It's because gold is not traded as on futures. Gold isn't traded as a pair. It's traded as a contract, and contracts expire and change every few months. So that's why you have a whole bunch of them. You just got to make sure on the current one, and the current one right here, GCJ26. If you're on MT5, it's GCEJ26. Hi, 500 pip candle. How are you? How are you? I don't know. Don't even say hi to it. It's the enemy. Stay the fuck away. Don't fucking say hi to the enemy. Know thy enemy. Don't be nice to it. A 5-minute chart. Look at volume to see which one to trade. 2 to 3 MGC in these conditions can do some damage. Bro, this was a 0.2 basically, a 2 MGC. Right here. Yeah, it could do damage. But as I was saying, we are in this higher time frame range. Pancakes up here are possible. Goddamn, 140 pip stop, man. Yeah, we'll see how this plays out here. We might get some closures below and get the cells to fill this wick to the left, because this is a range. Ranges get filled at some point. This wick will get filled. Let's see if we get the closure below so we can continue down here. Right? We would not mind if we get a candle like this. Neither would Reggie. Reggie's like, all right, you get the sells, I get the buys. As long as we can come back with a top wick up to this area, right? Look, something like this, maybe even a bullish candle that does that, right? But holds this level, do something like this. Then we can look for the re-break of the lows there. We'll see how decent the stops are. Top wick, close here. Sorry, that looks a bit off. We'll see. In this case, we'll have a seller play. If we are to continue back up, we want to print a range here on a smaller time frame and sort of have a range 2 breakout, which is kind of what we're doing right now. Let's clear this out. Right, we come down here to 30 and the hourly levels, right here. We started to print this 15-minute range over here. So this is the range for the 15. As we break above it, we could take the ride up, but we've just filled this, our first advantage point, which means now our advantage point is this wick, right? Wick fill. What do we need for the wick fill to happen? Well, we need a higher time frame closure. You're going to need a 30 to actually close here, or you're going to need this candle to flip bearish, not drive, and come back up. So if the 30 closes here, maybe the next 30 brings it down, flips the hourly bearish, right? With this bottom wick, doesn't drive, and as it starts re-breaking highs, we can look for positions. We need stops to make sense. If it's like 9,000 pip stops, we're just gonna avoid it. We're gonna enjoy the Friday, and we're gonna keep it moving. What happens if I'm on the wrong one? Will the actual chart just be incorrect? No, but the thing is, you can just place a position and be like 14,000 pips in drawdown. That happened to me once. That happened. I did not switch contracts. I opened the trade on the wrong contract, on the old contract, and as soon as I clicked the position, I was 340 pips in drawdown, just on the click of like entry. Make sure you're on the right contract. I clicked buy and I went, oh, how did that happen? So we shall see. In order for us to get buys, we need either higher time frame closure here, or we need a break of the lows down here first for the hourly to create that bottom wick. And then, because as long as it doesn't flip here, we can continue to expect this bearish flip. And if we can continue to expect a bearish flip, it would be really unwise of us to take a buy right now expecting a bearish flip. That would just be ignorant. Bro, I'm going back to Forex. That's even more ignorant. Figure out how to do futures and do better, right? Better conditions, cheaper to play in each direction, centralized, so there's no broker manipulation, lower spread, lower commissions, no broker manipulation, and regulated. Ain't nobody running away with your money. Yeah, going back to Forex from futures would be dumber than trading on the wrong contract. I'd rather you trade the wrong contract, figure it out, and get to the right contract than trade the wrong contract, not figure it out, and go back to Forex. Like, what you are saying you're going to do is the wrong decision. It's the worst decision you can make. It's the worst bad decision you can make out of the two. Did I say more user-friendly? I think this is just insider plan of big players. They're just going to dump until Trump says something more and they start buying it. Maybe. You need watermarks. What do I need watermarks for? He probably meant going back to currencies. I know what the fuck he meant. That would be dumb. That would be a worse decision than trading the wrong contract. I'd rather go to jail than trade for it. I go to jail to prove a point, bro. You opened the 3 contract on GC? What do you mean? Green name looks strange here. Hey, stop showing up. I wish if this H4 is made bottom wick first, I would jump on buys. Jay, what's the difference between blood clot and rust clot and bomba clot? What's the difference between those? Somebody pull up ChatGPT and find out. To me, there's no difference because I call the same person all of those.
No, it just depends on how you feel.
Oh, I got you.
It's a blood clot.
But they all mean the same thing.
They can mean the same thing.
Huh.
You can tell somebody about them blood clot or tell somebody about them rust clot.
I could tell already by your accent. You know exactly what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm right.
Depending on how you feel. You know how I feel? I feel pussy clot today.
You tell somebody about them pussy clot.
Tell him keep talking. Word. I'm just getting high from him talking. I can hear I can feel the Jamaican in there.
I can also turn it off.
Oh, can you? You just go with regular?
Yeah, I can go regular.
Damn, that's wild. We have a Jamaican and a Jamaican. More fire. Nah, you don't want to feel like that. True. Man, sound like a corporate employee now? Yeah, he turned that off real quick. I don't know. You know what's crazy to me? The Brits that don't need to have a British accent. Like, they speak with a British accent, but they can turn on the American in a split second. And then I'm like, so why don't you just talk like that? Why do you go back to British? Why do you go back to that accent? Just speak normally. Morning, everyone, for South Carolina. From South Carolina. All right, good morning, good morning, good morning. What's the leg candle? All right. This is a leg candle, right? This is a leg candle. What do we know about leg candle? The reason we point them out is on a leg candle, next candle likely fills this. So when we see this, a lot of times we start locking in on an opposite direction idea to fill this body right here, this area. So if this prints and we have a support here, and the next candle, right, opens up down, right, and creates this bottom wick and starts pushing back up, right, we understand technically off support, we should fill this area. So we look for bottom wick entries when that happens to eventually get this. Right? We look for entries somewhere on this bottom wick off a support area, understanding we should come back to here. Same thing here. You get a leg candle. We start looking for resistance, right? And there's a resistance here, and the market opens up to the upside, right? We're looking for this top wick to bring us down to at least here. So a leg candle really impacts the way we break down the next candle. But a leg candle can close, for example, right here, right, at resistance, at which point, if this area fills, so we get a bottom wick, right? Let's say it doesn't have to be that steep, right? Let's say we get this leg candle at resistance here. As long as we fill this area right here, the top, the body of the leg candle, right? Maybe look something like this, right? Bottom wick. As long as we fill this area, the breaks of the lows are solid here. So if this candle starts coming back, right, after filling that previous candle body high, as it starts coming back, the rebreak out of lows here, right, on that bottom wick should be solid, and it should continue back down in range. But you can't take that entry unless this fills. So you can play this candle both ways, understanding what the next candle needs to do, and then you can plan for the next candle to do it, or you can plan for the next candle after it does that, right? You can plan for that buy to get back there, or you can plan for the sell after it got there, depending on which one makes sense. Sometimes the stops don't make sense. Sometimes the level it bounces off doesn't make sense. Sometimes the way it fills the range doesn't make sense, but that's the gist of it. That's what you would expect. And that is a reason why a lot of times you'll see two leg candles, you know, following each other in a row. Right? You'll see that quite often. So let's look at it. The leg candle right here, you filled to at least there. Leg candle right here, you filled to at least there. See, in these cases, it filled the entire candle, but not always the case. Right? Look at this. Look at this. like candle right here. Well, almost, right? That body's pretty big, but almost like candle. But look where you filled. The next candle makes that bottom wick. This is exactly the example I just showed. See it filled to the body? From there, you know it's going to get back up to here. After that, it's arbitrary. But from there, if it re-breaks the lows, look at that. It re-broke the lows, it drove. So you could plan for this bottom wick buy to get up to here, or you can plan the re-break of the lows to continue the drive. That explain it? Capiche?
Remember it. Write it down. Take a picture. I don't give a fuck.
Can't stay for New York session, just pooping in. Just popping in to drop my like and wish you all a great weekend. See you next week. Abso-fucking-lutely, Tom. Thank you for showing up. Please, gang, take his example. Drop a like, sub to the channel, and share this stream. Thank you for the breakdown. Yes, sir. What else? Oh, quite a few watching for New York session. 200 people. Come on. I don't even feel like Leonidas right now. Let's go. Can I get my 300 in here? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fill up, gang. Come on. Wix, as long as a futures contract doesn't say expired next to it, then that means it's good then. Just go to GCJ26. Stop fucking around with contract. Go there and forget it. And you can stick there for the next few months. We'll tell you when to switch again. For right now, just go to GCJ26 and concentrate on trading. Forget contracts. Forget what it should say, what it should look. Just get to the one we're using and forget that part of trading. Just let's focus on doing technical analysis. Just that simple. GCJ26, got it? Forget that part. Stop stressing about that. Least of our worries. Guten Morgen. Hair just be heavy. I'm in my Marge Simpson mode today. Shit. About 18 feet taller. 18 inches taller. What else we got? Oh, we're almost at 30.2k subs. We're only 100 subs away. Let's see what we got going. Perfect. Yay! We got 1 sub for today's New York session. Amazing. Congrats. Thank you to that 1 sub. Get 150 in Asia. We got 1 in New York. Massive support here from the New York gang. I don't know what kind of support. This support, like, be supporting. The New York session support is... This is the Asian session support right here. I mean, this, right? This. Wait. This is the Asian session support right here. Support. Support everywhere. This is the New York session support right here. The New York session support. It'd be somewhere on the sides and everybody, right where we need it. It ain't there. Taken in from the JOB desk. Oh, you're at JOB funding? Damn, wild. Hey, we got 30 seconds here for NYC Open. Market looks like ass and feet. If I could erase this fucking candle, I would. I can't do that. And not worried about panic sells. Am I worried that I'm gonna sell in a panic? Is that what you mean? No, I'm not worried about that. Yeah. You know what I worry about? I worry about the dispensary running out of Girl Scout cookies. That's what I worry. I worry if I show up and the weed man doesn't have at least an ounce. You know, like these are the things that worry me. I'm afraid, you know, Trump only does one speech today instead of 6. I have a question. With how much capital would you open a private futures account? Like, at least you know what lot to, you know, and then what lot would you trade with? I would open at least with a $20,000 account. I just don't think anything less than a 20 or anything less than 20K is going to make you feel anything, any kind of profit. I mean, I'm talking about it's not going to be impactful, right? So for me, but that's the situation I'm in. Like, there, nothing less would be significant or make an impact. It would just take too long to make an impact. Actually, for me, it would be like a 50. But like, I think for a regular person, I think just for real, like I'm not a regular person, but just in general for people, I don't think no matter what situation you're in, I think you need at least 20 to play with to make it, you know, tangible, to make it felt.
But a regular person can get about 20.
Yeah, I mean, just in general.
He's a regular person.
I mean, all right, like I got a lot of expenses, right? For me to feel it, like my expenses are like 15 to 20 grand a month.
It just sounded.
Yeah,
this guy's a superhero.
It didn't sound right. That's why I had to correct myself. Because like in general, like for me too, but like if you're single and you don't have to worry about it, you know, like 20K account, if you're profitable and you know what you're doing, is like a good place to start. But you know, if 5-10 grand, like you're probably gonna feel more of an impact on a funded account. Oh, NYC Open here. Why are we still talking? Oh, yeah, that's why. Yeah, ain't shit going on here. This bottom wick is 200 pips. Rebreak out of highs here. The fill of the wick is 98. Oh, there's 100. Oh, there we go. 50 pips. This is solid in terms of price side. I gave you 60 pips. This sucks. What would you take your trades with on a 20K? 2 to 4. 2, yeah, somewhere between 2 and 4, depending on the trade. But if you're just like starting an account, get yourself in a bit of on a bit of a roll, right? So take like the first 5 trades or 10 trades, get a few wins with a smaller lot, right? 2 lot. How many pips is your stop on average? It's typically somewhere between 40 and 100 pips, typically. But with these market conditions, if you find 100 pips stop, that's like the equivalent of 10 pips half a year ago. Everything is 10x right now, right? It's like Grant Cardone pulled up here, held a 10x conference, and gold was like, you know, got private access. Like, kind of wild. I saw Roger's post the story, and he was like, hey, we had someone in the community lose 90,000 on a 3-lot. I don't know why I'm laughing. That's sad, but like it's funny. It was like, yeah, we had $90,000 loss. Like, are you advertising the 90K loss on a 3-lot? Yeah, on a 3-lot. I don't give a shit if it was a 10-lot. A $90,000 loss. And I'm not one to talk. I've had big losses, but like, they were not on a 3-lot. They were on like a 300 lot. You know what I mean? But he was saying this isn't normal, and like I went over yesterday with you guys. I think in these market conditions, this is normal. This is the norm for gold as it's progressing into uncharted territory. Yeah, I believe these ranges will eventually settle down, but while this is happening, while we've reached this, you know, these levels above 5,000, we've never been here. The price gaps between big players are so massive that between big orders that the market's just, you know, tapping them and creating history, and then we're going to trade based off all of this history that's created right now. Right? These are the small ranges right now, and these are the big ones, but these right here will be like, this will be the big range you're looking at later, talking about, I just want a small piece right here. Small piece, more like, how much you take out every month from the private account if you would start 20K, 30% of your profits. You know, I wouldn't take anything out. I don't trade for a paycheck for to have payroll, right? I trade to make a significant impact on my life. So when I make the withdrawal, it's not going to be, you know, 7,000 or 5,000 for rent, right? It's going to be 70 or 50,000 or 150,000 for impacting my life in a physical, tangible, significant way. Right, so like I don't take out money for lunch from the trading account. The money is not in there for me to pay rent. Money's in there to change my life. Yo, I saw some reels about ICE agents. What's happening there? We're just filming content in America. I mean, Americans decided to be the content capital of the world, and that's what we're doing right now. Minnesota, very lucky, they get the best content. For buying green Lamborghini. What do you mean? Oh, I'm trading to buy green a Lamborghini? No. Definitely not. Definitely not. I'm trading so green can come over and drive my green Lamborghini. He means getting me one. No. He means letting you drive mine. Fuck it, we get you one too. Hiya! hey man, whenever you're in Florida, if I have a green Lamborghini, it might as well be yours. You can have it. How do you manage your private accounts? I call my CPA, and they tell me how much a withdrawal I need to make and how much I need to spend. Right, the withdrawal, because I don't take withdrawals for myself. Right, I have a S corp, and the S corp makes money, right, and then all the money that it makes, it pays to its employees. The employees are me, my wife, my parents, my kids, right? They're employees of the company, and payroll is tax deductible, and everybody's on payroll. That makes sense? Everyone's employees of the company, so whenever the company makes money, everybody gets a payroll, and all of that is tax deductible, and then CPA tells you how much you need to spend in order for the taxes to make sense, and then you go out, and if it's a lot of money, you go buy nice things because your CPA, it's not like, oh, I wanted to go buy it, the CPA told me to. He said I have to. I must. Sense? So I don't trade under my personal, I trade under the business. Looking to adopt any kid. Dude, I got 4 kids altogether, right? I also have a dog. I also have a bearded dragon. And I got a wife. I got a cat that just died. Yeah. What is a CPA? A certified public accountant. Get an accountant or a financial planner.
What happened to the snake?
Oh, we didn't get the snake.
Oh.
We didn't get the snake. Because she changed her mind. She wants a parrot. And I'm like, there's no fucking way I'm waking up and the first thing I hear is, Polly, want a cracker? No.
Hell.
If I hear Polly want a cracker at 7 in the morning, Polly getting choked out. I'm feeding Polly. Benny want a Polly? Benny want a Polly? Polly want a cracker.
Nah, we ain't doing the period. You can go visit the period as often as you want at this pet store.
Yeah, so I'd be going to the pet store talking about, yo, can you make sure nobody buys this fucking snake? Or nobody buys this fucking parrot? Birds are hella needy. They're annoying. My grandma had them when I was a kid. Yeah, like they're so loud. They're so fun. I don't have it's not a next door neighbor, but down the block I got a dude. He leaves his parrot outside overnight because that fucker's just loud all night. He covers him he puts him outside, covers him with a towel. I was like, why you leave him outside? I was walking Benny one time and he's like, because he's so fucking loud inside, nobody could sleep. I was like, yo, just get rid of the fucking bird, bro. Make some fucking fried chicken tomorrow or something. Still got your mango tree? No, I don't live at that place no more. I wasn't gonna cut down the
neighbors
tree
got to deal with it.
What was that?
I said, now the neighbors got to deal with it. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. But yeah, I got too many dependents, right? And I got a kid in college, a kid going into high school. I got kids, going through 2 kids going through elementary school. I'm spread thin, dog. Like, I don't know if you guys understand what it is to have kids, but every kid is basically a Lambo annually. annually. That's birth control to my ears. No, bro. I would not trade my kids for any money in the world. If somebody told me, hey, if you don't have kids, you can have $100 million. I'd take my kids over that any day. Not like trade them, but like if before I had kids, someone told me, hey, if you don't have kids today, 5 years from now, you have $100 million. I'll take my kids. But that's in hindsight. I think at that moment I would have been like, all right, give me 100 mil. But in hindsight, you're like, you know how they say hindsight is 20/20, and you wouldn't like that's how it is. That's how you know you make stupid choices, right? Because down the road, like right now, I can honestly say I wouldn't trade kids for the world, right? But in that moment, you make a stupid decision. You're like, oh, money's everything. Take money. Look, hindsight is 20/20, and you know, 10, 15, 20 years later, you're like, nah. Does all your income come from trading to supplement your living expenses? No, technically I'm unemployed, and I tell the government I'm unemployed and I receive a welfare check. Yes, bro. Yes. All my income comes from fucking trade. This isn't the only supplement I get is
Someone is about to call the
being
government.
unemployed and getting the insurance money. Prop trading, trading kids, a new stream idea, kids chart. Yeah, I don't know. Classic Jewish move. Shut up before I take all the change out your car. We're looking for a seller or buy. We're looking for things to set up. Nothing yet. Lease car, lease apartment, office space, all expenses to business or mortgage. No, so here's how no, my car is paid cash. I rent where I live, but I rent out the houses that I own. And I also use this as a write-off. So my house, right? Since I trade in my house, this is an office space, right? And your office space is tax deductible. So I write off my rent payment for the house because this is my office. You understand? Every expense I have here, food, lunch, like, you know what I mean? That's a tax write-off because this is my office. Work. Utilities, yes, utilities write-off. Everything, water, electric, it's all a write-off. I work here. But I like, and the only reason I know, I'm not a fucking tax guy. You just go to your tax guy and he'll tell you. You just got to give them all the info, and you got to make sure your tax guy does taxes for people like you. Trader, maybe not a trader, but maybe a stockbroker, maybe, you know, some mutual fund. I don't know. So just people that do taxes for this industry. Plus, if your car is big enough, you can't get it. It's got to be over 5,000 pounds. Your car is over 5,000 pounds. You can do that. That's how people get the G-Wagon. You know, that's how people. I got to escalate. You know what I mean? This G-Wagon is an ugly ass car. Big ass box, exactly. It's just it's an ugly, inconvenient, overrated, overpriced ass piece of shit. You own a G-Wagon? I'm sorry, it's a piece of shit. If you don't have a G-Wagon, oh, stay away from that piece of shit. Garbage. Literal garbage ass car. Your wife wants a G-Wagon because it's square, it's a box, and it looks cool. It's a piece of shit. Seen the new cyber car? The what? The Cybertruck? My kids call the cyber. Every time I pass, they're like, "Dad, look, the cyber trash." I said, "No, it's a Cybertruck." They're like, "No, the cyber trash." G-Wagon ass. Do you get a write off your entire rent? No, I do not. I do not. I write off exactly half. Exactly half. Is that how taxes work in New York? That's, I mean, New York is just like has its own set of taxes, right? You have the city, the state, federal. We don't have state income tax, right? Right. So I just pay federal taxes. When you're in New York, you pay federal, and then you pay city, you pay state, and then in some places you pay neighborhood taxes. Like it gets wild. New York and California. I looked at somebody's taxes from Cali. They had 7 different taxes. 7. It was the city, it was the state, the county, the federal, the neighborhood, the HOA. I was like, yo, how many fucking taxes you get? By the time you get their paycheck, it's like everybody got their shit. Y'all ain't leave me nothing? I made all this money, y'all ain't leave me nothing? That's the equivalent of me going to the supermarket and getting like 10 apples, coming home, and there's a slice of an apple left for me. Luxury time. My girl wants the world, but I gotta tell him chill. Yeah. She wants the world. Tell her go get the world. Go ahead. Tell her to find somebody that can give her the world. There's not a single person that can do that. This is why I want to move to Texas or Florida. Boom. Yep. Canada's the same. Yep. Canada's ass. No offense, but when the government takes 60 cents out of every dollar you make, the place where you live is ass. Get the fuck out of there. You deserve better. Yeah, you might love your hometown. You deserve better. Love Chi-Town, but taxes are brutal. Yes, you deserve better. Like, like, but I love her. She keeps fucking other dudes, but I love her. You deserve better. That's what taxes are, bro. It's your own people fucking you. You know, I don't want to be fucked by my own people.
Or anybody else.
Or anybody for that matter, but like, like I'd get the fuck out of the play. But the thing is, people are like, oh, that's my people. I like being here. That's what keeps them there. I'm like, your people are fucking you.
Y'all can be staying there fucked together.
Fuck out. You deserve better. You deserve the money you make, not anyone else. The government doesn't deserve. And you know what their excuse is? Oh, we're gonna make good investments with it, good choices with it. We're gonna do good things with the money. 10 times out of 10, I will make the better decision for my money than anybody else will. I will decide where my money goes, not the government. And when they're taxing you, right? It's a big redistribution program. They're taking it from you and putting it into social programs that aren't meant for you. They're meant for people that don't have that money. Well, guess what? Those fucking people could go work, just like you could go work. You've decided you're better than staying at home, receiving a government subsidy, and just living on minimum, right? You decided you can break that ceiling and go. Why do they deserve access to your money when you made that decision and you put in the work and you work hard, you earn the money, and now the government says, nope, 60% of that is ours, and we're going to distribute it to social programs for people that don't have it. They made the choice to not do what you did. You made the separation. They did not. So you're being fucked. Get out of the places that you're being fucked. And it doesn't matter what the government does with it. 10 times out of 10, you will make the decision, the better decision of what to do with your own money for yourself better than the government will. Right? And in most cases, think about it. Government's so big. What's the problem? Government's the problem. If government's the problem, get it the fuck out of your life. And back down to 26K subs we go. Shit. I wish it were that easy. You know how easy it was for me? One day I woke up and I was like, fuck this bank, fuck New York, fuck everyone I know. I'm going to sunny South Florida. No apartment, no car. Nothing. I'm down with nothing. And this is where we're at right now. You know, on a whim. Taking my talents to South Beach, straight cheese. That's exactly what I did. You don't get taxed in Florida, I pay federal taxes. You don't want to get taxed? Go to Puerto Rico. Bullet TJR. When and where the clubhouse meetup will be? Or meetup be? I don't know, but it's going to be at a tax-free and a pot-friendly place. Was it hard leaving your parents in New York? I'll tell you this. You know what was hard? It wasn't hard leaving my parents. The women here, I know it was hard. Yeah, it wasn't difficult to leave my parents, because in New York I didn't live with them already, right? You know what was hard? Leaving my grandparents, because when nobody could, I was that little engine. You know what I mean? When nobody could see them, visit them, take care of them, I was there. And guess what? My grandmother, like the one I was closer to, like the one that like lived with me as I was growing up, right? I took care. I was there like through all the hospital stays, through all the hard times, through the times where she fell in the house, couldn't get up, and like nobody knew she was even on the floor. Like when she split her skull open and there was nobody getting her to the ER, like I got her up, I drove her, I carried her up the stairs, I got her to the hospital. I sat there holding her hand while her skull got like 68 stitches, right? I did all of that with my grandparents, and when I left to Florida, she passed away within the first year. You know what I mean? And that was difficult. It was difficult moving forward with my life, understanding that like I gotta go, I gotta do it, but I understand what I'm leaving behind, and that was the most difficult thing. That broke me down. I've had a really, like, I got a phone call from my father when she passed away, and it was a few months into, it was within the first year of living in Florida. Man, I have not felt that pain ever in my life. Right? The emotional pain of hearing her pass away, and this is 15 years ago. Don't forget, I moved to Florida 15 years ago, but she passed away within the first year. So it's been 15 years, but like I remember it like it was yesterday. There were people over my house at that moment. I had a large gathering, and it was just like, yeah, you know, getting together in Florida and living in. And I remember I didn't speak to anyone for like 3 or 4 days. Not my wife. I didn't have kids yet at the moment. It was, you know, it was just moved to Florida, and I just had my girl and like friends, brothers. I did not say a word to anyone for days. I just couldn't. I couldn't talk. I was just, anything I say, it was with tears. And like the sad part was like I knew what would happen if I leave, and that's what happened. You know what I mean? I knew that that was gonna be the case because I just wasn't there, and there was nobody there. So that was the hardest part. It wasn't leaving my parents. It wasn't leaving the rocks, the buildings, you know, the stones behind. It wasn't like wasn't leaving the friends. That it was leaving the woman that was there for me when no one else was when I was a kid, right? Knowing that I'm the only one there for her while she's a senior. I was the only grandkid taking care of her. Yes, yes. My brother had moved away 10 years before that, and for that 10 years, for that last decade, I was pretty much it for her. I named my oldest daughter like when my first daughter was born, right? I named her Liliana. Liliana, right? Lily's my mother's name. Anna is my grandmother's name that passed away, and that's what I named my daughter, Liliana. Your parents live in Florida now? Yeah. They've moved down like 5 years ago. You ever feel her presence to this day in any way? Once, and that was it. One time. I don't remember how many years ago. I think it was when I was lighting a candle. Like, because I light a candle on the day that she passed away every year. I just light a candle in the kitchen or in the living room, whatever. And one day I lit a candle and I didn't feel anything, but next morning I woke up, right? The candle's supposed to last through the night. I woke up, the candle was just dying down. It was completely gone. It was about to go out. And man, I broke down. I started crying because I really felt like I smelled her. You ever get that? Like I was able to smell her. Like I smelled, like I got that sensation. I was standing there and I literally smelled her. And it's been almost a decade, I guess, since at that point, since she passed. But I could smell her. And that was the only time I felt like she was there. The only time I felt her presence. Not since, not before. Yeah, I just smelled her natural, like what I've known for like, you know, for my grandma for years. My grandmother died when I was in prison. The only person I felt actually loved me. I never got to talk to her, to hear for her, see how much it all opened my eyes. Yeah. You know why? You know why you guys feel like that about your grandparents? Because they were good parents. They were great parents, right? They didn't need to raise you. They were such great parents that they raised their kids, right? Your parents. And they didn't have to raise you. They got a chance to spoil you. And I've said this before, right? Raise your kids so you could spoil your grandkids. Because if you spoil your kids, you're going to end up raising your grandkids. Think about that. And I know my grandmother raised her kids right. Because she got to spoil me. That's how I know she was a great parent. And that's why I know I love her, because she raised her kids right. And that gave her the opportunity to spoil me because she didn't have to raise me, right? Because my parents raised me. She put that into them. If she spoiled her kids, my parents would not have put all that time into me, and I would not have gotten to love my grandmother as much because she wouldn't have spoiled me. She would have had to raise me. Flip that. All right, let's get back to the charts here. And the great thing about this is why these streams are invaluable, just because there's so much life experience, not just for me. I'm talking about in general. The people here are just way ahead of others in terms of life experience. Because of time, I don't want to say you guys are old in here, but this is an older crowd compared to some of the other live streams. Because of that, there's just a wealth of life knowledge here.
That's for sure, for sure.
100%, yeah. Price action means that you have to trade every day. Going to find something better to do with my time on a Friday. Hey, you're in the right place, Tristan. And me, what a cool name. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to trade. It is Friday. You want to go into the weekend in a good mood, right? You don't want to fuck up your weekend. Be patient. Your position will set up. Eventually, it'll get there. And if it doesn't happen today, Monday. There's Sunday private session, for the Signal channel. If you want to be part of that, join up. You got a couple days. But there's Monday, Tuesday, there's all of next week. Market's not going to close. It's going to continue. You don't want to show up on Monday being like, damn, I wish I just waited on a Friday because today I could have attacked and, going to the weekend full of positivity. And the way to do that is really wait for your position, right? It would really fuck up a weekend if you took a position that's out of character for you and it loses. And then you're sitting there like knowing you shouldn't have been in there. And then, you end up beating yourself up over the weekend. I'm not trading today, but I'm here chilling. I love the vibes in here. Yeah, vibes are next level, but we will get some trades in. But we had a banger last night for Asian session. It took 95 pips. And right now we can wait. Yes. I love this. People are hopping on to the cam, right? Kenny, Jordan, Dr. Holmes, I see you. This is tough. But we had something similar to this yesterday. Let's see if we can tap. Remember, we tapped the 15 level, but ended up closing back above the 30. Remember that yesterday over here for our position. Where are we? Remember? So very similar to what happened yesterday here. Look, this is the 30 level. This was the 15. So what did we do yesterday? We tapped the 15 here with this bottom wick. Came back up and closed here above the 30. Remember that last night? And when we got that closure, that was also the 1 hour closure. And what we said, if we open up with a bottom wick, we're looking at buys right off the level to bring us back up. And that's what happened, right? We got that bottom wick here. It actually bounced right off our level. Then it rebroke that. But we got that bottom wick. It pumped all the way up. This was our entry right there, that bottom wick. And, that's all she wrote. By the time it came back down, we were, stops break even, or no, we secured full. Damn, but so the same thing happening. You see the 30 level holding here? It's almost printing identical, right? Look at this. It's almost printing there with this 15 level here, right? If I bring the charts over to here, look, you got that 30 and 15 level right there, right? But it already happened. All right, okay. I don't know. I was talking right through this. Actually, no, it didn't already happen. I was gonna say we should have been there on that bottom wick, but no. But this is us for the first time re-breaking this low and testing the 15 level. Now, at this point, now that we've tested this level down here, let me get rid of these drawings. Right, we've tested that level down here. We want to close back up above the range. The issue is it might, in this case, That was also the 4-hour closure. The issue is, in this case, we're doing it at, the only difference from yesterday and today, we're doing this after the 4-hour close, right? And the 4-hour close bearish here. So we're going to need at least, yeah, we're going to need a higher time frame closure. Only a 15 doesn't do it here. We're going to need a 15 and an hourly, or a 15 and 30 and an hourly to fall in line here. Still some more candles left to print. Yeah, even if the 15 closes bullish, we're going to need a 30 because this is the first 15 of the hourly. The 30 is still open. And even if we start making that top wick, first of all, the stops are dumb big, right? On the break of the highs. So we're going to need a different 620 pips. That's stupid. We're going to need another candle to give us a better stop. We're also going to need a higher time frame candle to confirm the smaller time frame closures. So some waiting. But in terms of what it's doing, very similar to how it played yesterday. Tap the 15 level, close back above the 30, respect on the hourly. And yeah, you see the leg candle here. Oh no, we didn't get a leg candle. This needed to be bearish for the leg candle. Sorry. The candle right here. So a trade setup for me, but I didn't realize the candles are 400, 500 pips. Yeah, we've realized that, and we're avoiding them right now. Like the plague. Although I don't know how you avoid a plague. JJ. It's Friday. I don't know what Jay's doing. Probably like an ex-wives boot camp or something like that. Getting it in.
Did you say he's got a book club?
No, a boot camp. Ex-wives boot camp. A book club. Yeah. Yeah, he authored. He was, you know, he was the author of that really famous new article in Playboy. In yeah, Hustler magazine. He authored the front page spread.
Jay out there started a wife finishing school.
Boarding school for fiancés. Stops are just out of control. I concur. They probably making more babies. I don't know. At this rate, this guy's gonna more babies. Like, he needs a school bus. Yeah, more babies. I don't know. He's not Muslim, so I don't know how many babies he can make, man. I read some stats, right? Muslims are given birth at an average of like 11 kids per family. The Jews are like at 5 to 6 kids a family, and the white liberals are not having any kids. Yeah, it was just a breakdown, like, you know, of like increase in populations, stuff like that. No guy here with 3 wives and 20 kids. He has a minibus. Is he a football player? Tell me he's in the NBA, because that's normal. That's part of your contract. That's part of your contract. If you're in the NBA or the NFL, I think you have a 3-wife minimum. Playing what the soft breaches are on top one. Yeah, it's basically close your account for the day instead of lose your account. That's a soft breach. You fucked up, but you didn't fuck up enough to lose the account. They're trying to send orcs to the wall. There it goes. This makes so much sense. This makes so much sense here. Man, I would love to take this buy here if this is the next 30-minute candle. See, this is a late candle right now being printed. Currently, Reggie's looking for a resistance level to take sells off of. But where would that level be, right? Really good stop here, only 334 pips. Not bad. Yeah, I think we fill a large part of this wick. Devlon Diggs doing that? Like, that is... Why make your life more difficult? You know how hard one baby mama is? Like, one could fuck up a weekend. One could fuck up a life. Finally took a trade after 8 days. Holy shit. Buying right now. Wish me luck. All right, break a leg. My father is so funny. He's like, why do they say break a leg? That's just so stupid. Why would you want somebody to break a leg? He doesn't understand this shit. You know what the Russian version of break a leg is? Like, what do you say to break a leg? You know, if someone tells you, hey, break a leg, what do you say? Like, break two or thank you? Do you say thank you to break a leg?
Sounds about right.
You know how to say break a leg in Russian? They say, when they wish you good luck, they say, no fluff, no feather. That's what they say. Like, that's the equivalent. Right? They say, no fluff, no feather. And the answer to that is not thank you. You're supposed to say, to hell. Or to the devil. That's what you say. To the devil, right? No, so somebody tell you you're going for a test or something. They say, hey, no fluff, no feather. And you got to say, to the devil. That's the Russian version of break a leg. Olympic skier Lindsey Vonn airlifted to hospital. That's crazy. Yeah, she took a spill. Give them hell? No, that's what I say to my kids when they're going into school. I'm always like, give them hell. No, they probably say fight a bear. No, they say no fluff, no feather. Oh, damn. 15 closed here. It looked bullish for a second. But we did respect. Maybe we could have a celery play here. Right? And if you guys don't understand what a celery play is, it's the break of a bearish candle by a bullish candle at support. So if you break this high, that's technically a celery play here. You're at support, you're breaking the high of a bearish candle by a bullish candle, so this would be a celery play. Is it valid? Fuck no. You need a bottom wick. A bottom wick creates an over 200 pip stop for you. Are we going to take that trade? Fuck no. Not putting up 250 pips for risk. Thoughts on the streamer Pasha? He takes 30 trades a day and trades 60 to 120 contracts at a time. He's terrible in my opinion. I've never heard of a Pasha. I've been to Pasha, but I never heard of a Pasha. Roger made 1 million yesterday on sales. Do you believe it? I just don't care enough. People make $1 million every day. I just do not care enough. He made it. Okay. He lost it. Okay. It doesn't have any kind of impact on what I do or my day, or like, it's not like I'm gonna bump into the guy, or like, I get to go enjoy my day and he gets to go enjoy his day. You know what I mean? He goes, gets in his Escalade and drives home. I get in my Escalade and I go drive. I'll go on a highway blunt. Who cares? Nothing I do impacts his day. Nothing he does impacts my day. So, like, where's the relevancy? You know what I mean? You ever smoke dabs? I don't know. Does a bear shit in the woods? Yeah. Dabs. I just prefer a regular flower. Flower is that's my shit. Like, I just want some flour. I like the entire process of breaking it down, rolling a joint. Told you guys, buy a pound, break it down, and put it in a stogie.
No. See, I'm breaking mine down right now with my hands. You put it in that damn machine, that ain't breaking it down.
No. Because you know what the problem is breaking it down in your hands? You cannot touch your face.
You put it in a machine.
I be breaking it down, and then I gotta rub my eye, and then for the next thing you know, my eye's like swollen like this. You ever get some terpenes?
How do you call it breaking it down when you put it in the machine?
What is the machine doing?
Spinning.
And doing what? Breaking it down. Who's controlling the machine?
A battery.
Me. I'm technically a weed breakdown machine operator. I got a CDL, bro. I gotta operate this heavy machinery to break down this cannabis. This is steel.
I'm old school. I'm still old school. I'm still like to touch it.
Steel right here.
You don't even want to touch your weed.
Bro, I'm telling you, my grinder looked like a Power Ranger. It's morphin' time.
You don't even want to touch the weed. You probably just drop it from the bag right into the machine. You don't even want to touch it. Ain't no love. Ain't no love.
Yeah. I'm gonna break shit down right now. I'm gonna go get Puffy. Yo, Puffy, come here. I'm gonna get Puffy the Magic Dragon on your ass right now.
What'd that say? 8 Mile. Can't read it.
You calling a grinder machine? This is heavy machinery. You guys can't fucking operate this. You just get high, you'll fucking lose your damn mind. Took my first trade on top one and fucking forgot to use a stop, so closed it automatically. You could have just created a stop. That grinder's dope, though, for sure. Yeah. Think of it like a massage human hands better. It depends, right? Because if those human hands are 40-year-old man, I'm taking the machine. What's that break by? Oops. Bad kid staring at cake. It's a funny name. It's like a pothead after a joint staring at the fridge. You and I both got crazy munchies. You staring at cake, I'm looking at my fridge. Damn, there's a place in North Carolina called Kill Devil. Kill Devil Hills. Where are you from? I'm from Kill Devil, North Carolina. All right, well, you have fun, enjoy. We ain't gonna be friends.
Doing God's work.
What's your favorite flower? Probably a money tree. That counts. Whatever smells like profits, bro. Right? Maybe tulips, right? I love her tulips. Cabs had me staring at the microwave. Remember Cat Williams? He's like, you ever be sitting on, you ever smoke some weed? Weed will have you sitting on the stove, staring at your fridge, talking about, I bet you ain't nothing in there. I bet you. Who's from Yum Yum, Tennessee? Man, you know what's a good flower? The one that blooms after a stop loss. That's a good flower. Overall, I don't really do flowers. I do futures. About it. Roses are red. My terminal's blue. I don't just chase flowers. I chase liquidity too. Do you think the bud from before was different than now as far as quality? Yeah, it's strong as shit now. I don't know what the fuck they be putting in it. I feel like every fucking batch has like a crackhead at the end of it going. Be like, dog, what are you sprinkling in there? Don't worry about it. Salt Bay on crack over there. Don't take weed while driving, not worth it. No, I don't really take it. I just smoke it. Favorite flower? That's a funny question. Like, bro, I'm watching the 15-minute right now. My favorite flowers. Miss the old OG strains. Yeah, that New York City diesel was fucking, would wipe you out. It would wipe your pockets out too. That shit was like fucking 1,200 an ounce. Nothing better than some good weather, good music, good weed, the car window down. You know what I like? I like really shitty weather. Like really like hurricane force winds. I like it when it's like dark outside in the middle of the day and it's freezing and I can be cozy in the car, all warm with Kush clouds all around me. Actually, I don't like those days, but when days like that happen, that's what I like to do. I like to be in a cold weather. I like to be in my cozy ass snuggle or whatever it is, a snuggie. Yeah, I'd be wearing the pajamas with the feet on them. That's what I do. It's shit weather today. It's cloudy. It's like rainy. It's not cute. But like the weather today, like today, I have window visors and I'll have the window barely cracked open, just smoking a fatty. Very therapeutic. Yeah, the visors are dope. I remember having rainy days in New York, and New York, like half the year, like not even half the year, like 9 out of the 12 months in New York are gloomy. And what happens in those gloomy days and winter days, right? If you had a visor and it's like pouring rain, you open a little bit, you start fucking going at it with the L, right? I used to sit outside my college in the city, but I didn't have the visor, so I'd put on a helmet. No, the thing is, when I went to school in Manhattan, right, in the city, at that time, I didn't have a car. I rode motorcycles. And when I started college, like, it would take me 8 minutes to get from my house in Brooklyn, in Coney Island, to my college in the city on Lexington and 23rd. Right? And it would take me 8 minutes. A ride that would take me 35 on a car would take me 8 minutes just white lining through traffic. Just right. You get on the BQE, right onto the Brooklyn Bridge, off the bridge, onto the whatchamacallit, the FDR. And yeah. I would leave my house 10 minutes before class starts, and 8 minutes later, I'd be fucking, chaining my bike up to a fucking, pole by the school. And then, what we have to do? You'd get tickets for doing that. So what you'd have to do is you would have to pull up, take off your license plate, and walk away with your license plate. They can't tow your shit because you're hooked to a fucking utility pole, right? They can't clip it because you're not a fire hazard. You're not at a hydrant. And they can't give you a ticket because there ain't no fucking plate. So they used to just, my bike, I would park my motorcycle right on the bicycle rack in front of the college. Yeah. So yeah, but that's one thing I never did. I never smoked while riding. I would never, ever smoke weed while riding a bike. Ever. While riding my motorcycle. And I rode motorcycles, don't forget, for 20 years. For 20 years. And I smoked weed every day. I would never get on a bike. Or I would never smoke and get on a bike. I love life too much. Oh, we got the 30 closure, gang. Yo, why don't you guys tell me? Oh, Reggie just said it, like Handle. Yeah. Hey, we're going to need a bottom wick to the body of the candle here. I know Reggie might be looking for sells if we just push up here. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for buy. We held. Look, we did it. This is exactly what we did yesterday. Look, now that we filled the range, remember I said, oh shit, we did that here. You had that wick here. But we didn't fill this range yet. We just filled the 15. We're closing back above. 4 hours. Gonna need a steeper wick. Okay, so what do we, you know what? How many pips is this? We need to tap down here. I might take this like yesterday. Let's go to MGC here. Can we get a bottom wick entry? I don't know. Let's see. Okay, if we are able to tap the body of this 30 low, I'm not going to have a bottom wick entry because we have a top wick here. If we didn't have a top wick, we'd look for a bottom wick entry. That's the only difference between this and yesterday. Yesterday, we didn't have that top wick. But we do have this here. So if we're able to tap these lows, I need the body of the previous candle, the body low of the previous candle to be retested. With that, because that's what we know about lit candles, right? The next candle, make a top wick and retest that. This is the reason I'm not going to take a buy here, because it's highly likely it still re-breaks its own low to come back down to 50-60 here, right? So watch it come down to 50-60, and when it does that, we can have some buy stops on the break of the highs. I'm back to MGC here. The stops are just dumb big. See. And I mean, like, you're like, Wix, why do you want to break the low? That would be another 70 pips, right? 70, 80 pips. But it's, if it breaks the low by another 70, 80 pips, the probability of our trade working out, if it re-breaks the high, goes up by 10 or 15%. It goes from an 80 to a 95% chance, right? Too much of a chicken to even get on a bike. Wait to change for me. My close friend got one, crashed it 3 times. And I mean, look, there's 2 types of riders. There's either the ones that crashed or the ones that are gonna crash. But everyone crashes. You have to know that. Everyone crashes. Bikes, it's like trading. Everyone loses. At some point, everyone takes a loss. Same thing on bikes. Everyone crashes. You have to understand that and be afraid of it, and then be scared of it. That's how every time I ever rode a bike, I was scared of it. And that's what kept me from doing dumb shit. And I've done plenty of dumb shit on bikes. I've gone over 200 miles an hour on a bike. That's stupid. It's the dumbest shit you can do on a public highway. Right? I did that on the New Jersey Turnpike. No, I'm sorry. I did that on the Garden State Parkway in Jersey. It's the dumbest shit you can do. Right? And I've been hit by cars. I've done cartwheels on the side of the highway with my bike flipping over me as I'm doing I've done all of that. I went sliding, you know, hundreds of yards off a bike as I see it sliding down a highway into fucking the next county. I've gone through all of that. I've had my fucking, you know, back erased with no fucking. I got hit on a bike once where I got up and I had no clothes on me. Like, the crash, just sliding through the concrete, ripped all of my clothes off of me. I had my fucking jean belt and my jeans have ripped off and everything. No shirt, nothing. I could show you my helmet. My helmet's somewhere in my closet from that crash. The entire front right here, the face, all scraped off. If I wasn't wearing a helmet, that would have been my face road rashing like this. How much, bro? How are you gonna be speeding to my city? I'm about to snitch. Yeah, on the Garden State, bro, this was going back to 2008, I want to say 2009. So this is going back almost 20 years. Yeah, I used to have, at that point, I had a CBR 1000 and I had a Jixa 750 with a full exhaust. And I didn't do the 200 on the CBR 1000. I did 207 miles an hour on my Jixa 750 with a full exhaust, a straight pipe, and a power commander. This is the only way that bike was able to go over 190. Yep, straight up dumb. Sad how many died. Also, other drivers are so bad. It's not worth it. And the thing is, people realize that after the fact, and I just realized it as I got older. Like, I don't even have it. I remember waking up every day and just fiending to get on my bike and go ride. I get on a bike sometimes when my boys pull up, you know, they have bikes, and I can get up, I get on it, I'll ride around the block just to get that feeling. But I don't have the desire to get another bike and ride again. I never want to do that again in my life. It's not something cool to me anymore. I want to relax. I want to enjoy my life. I don't want to stress that, hey, I'm going to take an unnecessary risk. I'm past the point in my life where I take unnecessary risks. Why? Because they're unnecessary. You like swimming? I like swimming if I'm drowning, but I'm not a fan of the activity of like, hey, let's go swimming for fun. I'm not a fan of that. But if I'm drowning, hell yeah, I love swimming. Swimming is the best. I'm gonna swim. It's not like I'm gonna be drowning and be like, nah, fuck this swimming shit. I don't like that either. I'm just gonna float my ass to the shore. No, I'm a doggy paddle if I need to. Breaststroke. Breaststroke. It's the only time I like swimming. Oh my God. What do we know about lit candles, man? This thing can come back down to here. Well, it could ride up, right? You're likelier to ride up here. The probability is still on your side, but like I said, the probability is that much lower until you've hit here because you're likely to come back down to these areas. I liked it all, just more careful now, older. Yeah, I like it all. Yeah, I just don't ride no more. And you know what? It was kind of a sign. My motorcycle got stolen out of my garage. I did a lot of dirt when I was younger, right? So I used to do all that shit. So I deserved it, right? But my bike, my last bike got stolen out of my garage in my condo the same month my first daughter was born. And my wife was like, that is a sign if you ever got one from God, because you're too wild on a bike. You do wild shit. You're going to have a daughter and your bike gets stolen the same month that she's going to be born. Like we were basically in labor. So I just never got one after that. Look at this. Look at this. Break at a high. What do we know about lit candles? The body of the previous candle needs to be tapped. So right now we're rejecting. We're trying to come back down there. It would be amazing if this taps here. It would be amazing. I would fuck. You know why it's amazing? Because it's just going to reinforce the concepts that we understand, that we teach here. Come on, bring us down to that body. Bring us down to that body. Fucker. I just like seeing my own concepts at play and work out, right? Yeah, it was a blessing in disguise. I agree. I liked swimming as a kid, but I don't care for it as an adult. Yeah, that's true of me as well. I liked it as a kid. We used to go to the YMCA when I was younger, or to the JCH, either or, right? The YMCA or the Jewish Community Center. We used to go to both, and yeah, that's how I learned to swim. When we moved to America, the first thing we did was go to YMCA, and my mother got me swimming lessons. I learned how to swim in like 2 weeks. Well, looking to push you on the hourly. Well, it attempted. Look at this. Now we opened up with no. I don't want this shit to come up. I want to get back to this body low. But maybe you need to tap a resistance level here. Come on, prove my concepts work. Bring us back down to that body low. Might tap resistance and then do it. Might never come back here to this game. Come on. Fell right in my face, busted my front tooth walking with flippers at the Boys and Girls Club. We dolphins. Used to swim for my high school swim team. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, there's the range fill. I still think we're going to get back down here. Where's that resistance? Maybe next candle. Tough, 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 tough. Shit. I knew this would happen. Give me a second, chat. Hold on a second. My headset battery's dying. Give me a sec. Give me 2 minutes. I want to throw my headset onto the battery. Yeah, we had opportunity here, but we needed to tap this body low. I think after a top wick here, there's highly likely we come back down and tap this low. We just didn't know how steep that top wick would be, right? We could have broke this high and came back down here. We could have come up here and come back down here, but typically that is what happens, right? So once it taps that body low, we can say, all right, we're not coming back there, and we can look for the buys up. But that range kind of got eaten up. So if you were looking to execute off the rip here, that's a low quality position in terms of probability wise, but the ranges are so big that it would have definitely pushed enough for you here, right? Break of the highs, how much? 140. But yeah, ranges are so massive, it won't work out. But your risk here on the break of the highs is also over 300 pips. Give me a second. My headphones are down. I want to throw them onto the charger for like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. And I'm definitely still looking for this. I mean, we could do it like this. I just don't hear you guys or the music. So if anybody's talking on stream, I don't hear you guys and I don't hear the music. All I have right now is just the mic. So, but this charge is fairly quick. So I think if we give it like, you know, a few minutes, we'll be able to get my headset on, and we will continue here. We are here through at least London close, right? So at least another hour, 15, an hour and a half, we're going to be here. I think we're going to see our concept play out here, right? The 30 leg candle. I don't know if Reggie was able to get in here off a top wick, but don't answer me. I wouldn't hear you. But I think we will see this area tapped here, 50, 60. Can't get in here off a top wick because that's not the edge. This is a 426 pip stop. The edge is the buy after this area has been tapped. Until this area is tapped, we should still come back here. And if we should still come back here, it's kind of difficult to take this buy here knowing you need to come back down here, right? Why would you take a buy knowing you're going to have to go into drawdown? Just wait for the drawdown to be over and then take a buy. And yeah, ranges are so big, buys, breaks, highs work out. But long term, when this is a 30 pip range here, right, you're not looking for that buy at a risk of 100 pips or whatever it is. Right now, your risk is stupid, but it just logically, you understand, oh, we got to come back down. I'm taking a buy, but it still has to come back down after. No, wait for it to do that and then be more confident. The probability of your buy working out after this would be much greater. The problem is you already kind of filled the range here, and that's a nuance. That's the nature of the chart, right? You could have risked the buy there, gotten it, and build a bad habit, right? And next time that wick barely breaks right here, and you take that entry again, and then it comes back down to this area, and you're like, damn, I should have known it's coming down there. We spoke about this. We talked about it. That's where it's headed to, at least here, 50, 60. Might continue. Quick buys, quick 100 pips. Yeah, quick 100 pips, but it should not continue. Probability dictates that it will come back down here to the support. Give me a second. I feel naked without these headsets. Give me a minute. Please drop a like, sub to the channel. Please share the stream if you enjoy the conversations, if you like the vibes here, if you sponge off of the value, if you can take something here and make it yours, please drop a like and sub to the channel. All we're trying to do is make you guys better traders by delivering our knowledge in as most structured as we can have it delivered. Damn, I took the trade on the flip, but it was on a GC chart, bailed out with minus 540. What do you mean took the trade on a flip? Not even sure what flip, but if you took it on a flip, all flips are in profits here. All right, give me a sec. Not fucking leaving. You know what I haven't done though today? I haven't not smoked a joint, Kenny. I need me a joint. I'm living the pagan life. Blasphemy. playing out yet? Not yet. Can you explain a little how news affects the markets? I will. Give me a sec. I'm gonna get my headset and I will explain it. But for now, give me another minute for it to charge. Let's listen to some motivation. Do that.
This is a story about life, about struggle, about success. Not just mine, but yours too. Because whether you see it now or not, we're all trading something every single day. Time, energy, choices. That's life. That's trading. I wasn't always here. I wasn't always the guy you see on your screen. I started out just like most people. Uncertain, broke, doubting the system, doubting myself. But one thing kept me going. The belief that life's biggest opportunities aren't given. They're taken. And I took mine. See, trading isn't just about charts, candles, or currencies. It's about discipline, patience, and the courage to bet on yourself. It's about understanding that every loss is a lesson and every win is a stepping stone. It's about the grind, the sleepless nights, the early mornings, and that voice in your head telling you to keep going when the rest of the world says stop. But let me tell you something. This journey didn't start with success. It started with failure. More failures than I can count. I remember sitting in front of my screen, watching the markets eat me alive, thinking maybe this isn't for me. But deep down, I knew it wasn't about the markets. It was about me. My mindset. My choices. My willingness to adapt, to learn, and to grow. The truth is, trading is a mirror. It shows you who you really are. It forces you to face your fears, your doubts, and your limits. But it also shows you your potential if you're brave enough to see it. I'm here now because I refuse to quit. Because I learned to see every loss as a stepping stone, every setback as a setup for a comeback. And if there's one thing I want you to take away from this, it's this. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be persistent. Success isn't about getting it right all the time. It's about staying in the game long enough to win. This isn't just a stream. This is a movement. A space where we don't just talk about markets. We talk about life, about growth, about becoming the best version of yourself, not just as a trader, but as a person. Because the truth is, the charts don't care about you, but this community does. I do. And together, we're gonna rise. So, take a deep breath, clear your mind, and get ready. This is where traders are made. This is where dreams are built. And this is where your story begins. Let's get it.
Damn, I just took my first hit of the day right before. Got me hype. W, good. W. Man, look at it coming back down there. I love watching our concepts up and you know, at play, work out for us in real time. Doesn't just reinforce these concepts in your head. See, look at that leg candle. Look at the next one coming down. Remember how I said it's a lot of times you get 2 leg candles in a row. Look at this leg candle this way, and then now the leg candle the other way, because we understand it's got to get to that top wick. Come back down here. Can you explain a little how news affects the markets? The news doesn't move the markets. Liquidity does. News is just an excuse, right? News is the excuse for the markets to move. But it really moves from liquidity, and the news brings liquidity. You understand? News is the reason for that liquidity, and that liquidity is what's going to move the market. Price action tells you everything before the news does? Yeah, so in a sense, right, if you're trading the news, you're already late. So wait for the news to play out, let that volume come in, and then hop in early on the next move. Right? But, like, news brings liquidity. So you could think of news as like the match, right? And liquidity is the gasoline. You light the match, gasoline explodes, right? You get the news, and liquidity just comes flying in. Why we say, all right, we're going to trade the news volume, right? The after effects of news, that volume that came in, that we're trading. News bringing liquidity has always been the missing piece of that equation for me. I heard news doesn't really move market, but it always seems to, because, yeah, it brings volume in, right? You get that liquidity. And we're going to get some liquidity on our end here, right? We're going to liquiditize. We just come up with new words all the time here. New shit. Not new. All right, here we go. We're into London close time. So this is the last bit of volume before London closes up. It's crazy because it seems like all I hear traders talking about is news. Okay, yeah, talk about the news. Then that means, are they trading fundamentals, or are they doing breakdown? Are they doing technical analysis? It's always, well, I'm a TA guy, right? But I'm like we used to trade the actual news itself, but you want to increase your win rate, get rid of the things that are arbitrary in your trading. Judge dismisses the death eligible charge in Luigi Mangioni's murder case. Damn, so he's gonna be there the whole time with R. Kelly, with Diddy, with 6ix9ine, with what's the Venezuela guy, Maduro. Damn. They're just missing the Ayatollah Khamenei. And that's it. Then it's a fun party. Then they could have a full-on Diddy party. They need to get the Ayatollah in there. I'm back. What I miss? A lit candle. Watch this. We're coming back to this area. Bang! Concept played out to the T. Snitch 9 is out already? Nah, he's in there for 3 more months. That is a lit candle. Damn, I missed it. Trying to tell you, man. Look at the 30. You had a lit candle. Next one. Boom. So what do we know, right? We got to get back. Price needs to get back to at least this area. This is what we needed on the previous candle. But on this one, you can't do that now. Because that 15 created a resistance here. You need closures above there based on what we do, right? Now you would need this candle, now that it got back there, to close above here. And if we can close above there, you need to wait for the closures in order to have a high probability trade. Why is this yellow? Who peed on my candle? Which one of y'all did this? But this is what we want, right? We get that closure above. What it's doing right now. I'm down to take it as long as we get this wick to here. Remember, lit candle, bottom of the body. We need to get back here if that happens for us. That's the way you have buys. Concept played out to the T, but patience was the key. Yeah, well, that's what we teach here. Patience and these, candle reading. So with Trump naming Warsh to... Oh, he named. Who did he name? I missed it. Who the fuck is Warsh? You expecting markets to move a certain way, or you just wait for PA to tell you what's happening? So we can expect whatever we want. Nothing will happen here. Yazzie. Nothing will happen here without the candles printing and showing it, right? So no matter what we expect, price can do whatever you expect 2 days from now. You know what I mean? The reason we do technical analysis is to know the when, right? So we can expect whatever we want, but it will be printed on the charts. And unless it's printed here, we won't do anything about it, right? Because that's what we're doing. We're doing technical analysis, study of historical price data. And we, based on our historical price data, that's what we need. Closure below here or closure above here to know the when, right? Yeah, it closes above. We're looking to come up here. But when is it doing that? Whenever we get a closure. Is it coming down? Okay, we can expect it to come down. But when is it doing that? Whenever we get a closure. And then that's our... Oh, look, this was a sideways candle. Sideways bullish candle. But whatever we're expecting, we need it to happen on the charts to get the timing right. Timing matters. George Warsh. '06 era? That's Bush. That's Bush. Keep calm and eat brush. You mean borscht. Calm and eat borscht. Oh, so perfect. So perfect. We knew it was headed back there. We just didn't know how steep that top wick would be. And to put ourselves in a better position, we waited for this to happen. And now Now it's a different story. Now that it happened, there's different concepts at play here. Oh, we broke that down to the T. Like candle. How do we only have one sub the entire session? Can you guys please drop a like and sub to the channel? Come on, show some dedication, show some support. I need your help to grow this community. I can't do it without you. Drop a like and sub to the channel, and please share the stream. Twitch accounts and sub? Thank you. Yes, go ahead. Grab all your burners, all your friends' burners, all your parents' burners, everything. All of them. Please support. Got a message that says rain expected to end soon. It hasn't really started here, so I'm waiting for it to start as well. Bevo! The Department of Justice has just announced a 3 million page release of the Epstein files. Anyone got time? 4chan probably has time. 4chan's gonna do a little breakdown. But tomorrow's gonna be so much news. If they're gonna release all the Epstein files today, there's 3 million pages. There's gonna be so much TikTok and Instagram news about the Epstein files. Oh, we just saw this. We just found that. Can't get over that sniper last night. Rewatched the analysis. Yeah, that was bingo. It was on point. And that's what we do. Okay, sub number 2 has landed. Brick by brick. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's how we're doing it. And it's with your help. Thank you, Sleepy. Epstein thing never ends. I want to talk about the redactions that will be obvious to anyone who reviews the material that we just produced today. In addition to the documentary redactions, which includes personal identifying information, victim information, and other privileges, there's extensive redactions to images and videos to protect victims. Redacted every woman depicted in any image or video, with the exception of Miss Maxwell. We did not redact images of any men unless it was impossible to redact the woman without also redacting the men. To this end, though, and to ensure transparency, if any member of Congress wishes to review any portions of the responsive production in any unredacted form, they are welcome to make arrangements with the department to do so, and we're happy to do that. Okay. You know what? It's going to end. The Epstein thing will end with the end of Trump. They just can't find anything that sticks to him. Department of Justice won't redact images in Epstein files. Yeah, we're building this thing brick by brick. We ran out of material a couple of years ago, right? When we went to YouTube jail. Epstein thing will end with another big psyop. Already one big psyop. I'm looking for a closure below 5039.8. If we can get that closure over there, I will look to refill the range to 5,003. It's a 360 pip range. We just need a little bit. Pay attention. Let's watch. Let's be ready. You only trade gold? Yes. The only thing we trade here. Like I was explaining yesterday, the only reason we're able to recognize opportunities and then build an edge around those opportunities is because we dedicate so much time to watching gold even when there's no position, right? Our job here is not to be good at everything or be able to do everything. Our job is to be the best at this one thing, at gold, right? I say this all the time. Would you rather be the jack of all trades or the king of one? There's no value behind being the jack of all trades. You could be well-rounded and zero value to you or to others. If you're the king of one, you can use that one to value, to increase value in everything else that you do. But that one thing, when you're the best at that one thing, that's where you have value to yourself and to others, right? Because being okay or moderate or just like, in anything else, being just okay brings no value. A lot of people are okay at many different things. But if you can be the best at what you do specifically in your field, right? That's when you're adding like unquestionable value. Let's go relax. It's Friday. Smoke some lunch. Chill. This is my relaxed time. Everything outside of this is more stressful than trading. This is my relaxed time. Don Lemon got arrested. Thank you, Lord Jesus, man. That guy's a fucking punk. He thinks UFOs abducted MH370. Fuck that guy. Hi, sir. Your music is too loud. Cannot hear your voice when you talk. Please don't feel bad. How about now? Still too loud? Who the hell named Don Lemon? I don't know. He's also part of the LGBT HDTV community, as far as I know. Wait, what did he get arrested for? Former CNN correspondent. He was the former host He hosted their primetime shows. Clown. For protesting, yeah. Dude's a clown, man. The circus left, but the clown stayed. I don't know. He worked for a long time for the Clinton News Network. Circus left is right, yeah. All right, below the range here. You just need these closures below the range to be Gucci. Gucci, Gucci, Gucci. What our issue is, we don't get these closures. Look at this. Price just ran down. Price kind of ran down to this area, to this area, to this area. Lowest common denominator here. This is where we're expecting, at the very least. That is the lowest common denominator between all these moves that break down here. So we're at 50-40, expecting 50-20. Can we get a closure so we can have a candle get us there? Do you watch other commodities like the ratio between silver and gold, for example?
How about no?
It's definitely a no for me, dog.
No, I do not. This is all I care about. I just care about this gold chart. Do my analysis on the gold chart. Like, you can do that. You can utilize as many instruments as you want, or as many indicators as you want, to help you fulfill your analysis completely, satisfy your prerequisites, I guess. Satisfy your stipulations, I guess, for entry. But honestly, just learn to read candles, levels, volume, timing better, or well enough. It's up to you. Like, you can use as many indicators as you want, right? But it's you don't need them. And it's up to you how simple or how difficult you want to make this on yourself, right? What we do here is already hard. This is already hard stuff, right? What we do here every day is hard. That's what she said, right? So why would we want to make it even more difficult on ourselves by just adding a whole bunch of nuances that are unnecessary, right? Like I always say, it's up to you how simple or how difficult you want to make this on yourself. If what we already do is hard, why wouldn't you want to simplify this? Good evening to me. I'm gonna close my eyes. Just shout if we will get some position. Absolutely. Yeah, I'll be like, yo, wake up. We're about to have a position here. Oh, you missed it. 8 minutes here for closure. If we just fill this range in the next 8 minutes, we'll probably call it, because that'll take away our possibility of us having a position here. Actually, I don't know. Maybe we'll wait, because a fill of the range here is still possible, and then an onion to retest the low is still possible, right? So if this candle does fill the range, which it looks like it's doing right now, right? But we pull back here, right? This is the current 30. If we pull back on the next 30, and we're able to do this, that's the hourly closing bearish, right? Below the range here. So what are we waiting for? Top wick on the next hourly. Do we enter there? No, because we need a resistance level form. We need to confirm that we're not going to continue to drive up. So the smaller time frame, whether the 15 or the 30, needs to do this and hold this level, right? If it can do that and hold it, right, then at that point, the hourly has a top wick, and we're breaking the previous hourly low, right? So what's happening here? The 15 of the 30 now can do this and bring it down here. And what does the hourly look like at that point? Like this. But this, the probability of this increases, you know, many times over. It increases by a lot once you get this candle to print on the next hourly, which means the next hourly's got a top wick, and then you get a top candle attempting to break back into this range and fail on a smaller time frame, at which point you can have the break of the low of the previous candle. It sets you up for a stop, and it plays out with your narrative, or it follows along your higher time frame narrative and your smaller time frame narrative, right? This is key. Learning to read the candles backwards is key, and what they look like on a smaller time frame, because that's what's going to build your narrative, the story. How do you figure out that multiple time frames are telling the same story? They might be on different chapters, but they got to be telling the same story. Capiche?
Remember it. Write it down. Take a picture. I don't give a fuck.
If buys, no, I'm going to look for sells here once we get a closure. What I'm looking for. I'm about to go. Yeah, I really think I'm going to hit up Dumpling King today. Anyone down for Dumpling King? Yeah, I got two new favorite spots. World famous egg rolls and Dumpling King. Yeah. We went to Dumpling King the other day, and my daughter tried to order noodles. She tried to. She came up to the register. She was like, "You have where's the noodles on your menu?" And the guy was like, "Oh, this is a Chinese restaurant. We don't do noodle. This is a Chinese place. We do a dumpling and a fried dumpling and a soup dumpling." Oh, we make a very nice shrimp dumpling. And then we give you a real live chicken to go. You very nice. Very nice. You get live chicken. Good people. Second game, let me think. Okay. Here's the deal. If we're able to get a top wick here and then break the lows, I won't be in there. I will wait for market to have a bearish flip and come back up, re-break the highs, at which point I'll have a sell limit, a sell stop. But if we close below here, and the first thing that does this and then flips bullish, wherever that bottom wick is, I will have a sell stop on the re-break out of bottom wick. So as we re-break highs and create a top wick here, right? Create that top wick, I will look for this market to start heading down on the re-break out of that low. Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry about it. I just printed that green. I meant this price cost test coming up here, right? And rejecting as we start heading back down. I will look for the break of this low, so eventually the candle can look like this man. All right, so let's wait. We got 147. We need a closure below here, and then we're gonna wait for the next candle to print the low, come back up, re-break highs, and we'll take the re-break of the lows. We're gonna need an attempt to break up into this range, fail, and then a drive down. All right, so be patient. Yeah, I'm missing all of the Epstein files talk. All right, we got that closure. You got the bottom wick. Needs an man. The attempt to come up here is just so heavy. Got to get back up. Let's see if we can retest, right? Maybe we can retest and get a closure up there. At which point we'll look to retest lows. This is just kind of silly. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something real, right? Days like today, when there's no trades, no action, we're just sitting here and watching gold do absolutely nothing, right? Like watching the grass grow. Nothing is actually happening in front of our eyes. Nothing noticeable that we can utilize, right? But this is the job. Everybody thinks trading is clicking buttons. Everyone thinks trading is excitement, right? The truth is, trading is mostly waiting. Friday especially. Friday is the market's way of testing who's addicted and who's disciplined. Are you guys addicts? Right? Because there's always going to be a candle that looks like something. Oh, that looks like this. It looks like that. There's always going to be a move that almost breaks. You know, there's always going to be a moment where your brain starts going, maybe I should just take something. And that right there is where your account gets blown, right? Not on the big days, not on the clean setups. Accounts get destroyed on days like this when nothing is there and people start forcing it because they feel like they need to do something. And I'll tell you what, doing nothing is a position. Patience is a trade. Discipline is profit. Some of the best traders in the world made their money because they knew when not to trade. All right, gang? So if it was boring, if today is boring, good. Because boredom means you weren't emotional. It means you didn't gamble. It also means you stayed professional. We're not here for entertainment, right, gang? We're here for longevity. This is how longevity is built. And Monday, the markets will open again. Another setup will come. But today we practice the hardest possible skill in trading. You know what that skill is? Restraint. Okay? You're building winning habits. Don't be upset. There's no position for you today. You will get one and you will win when it is your position. My wife is listening to you with me and she goes, you should listen to this guy and stop losing. Very similar to my wife who sits here sometimes and goes, you know what? You should take your own advice. The wives just be wise, man. The wise beyond their years. So tell your wife she ain't wrong. But we're men. We're not going to do what they tell us. Out of principle. I'm going to lose. If she said, nah, don't listen to that asshole, you'd be like, all right, no, I got to listen to Wicks, baby. Because we're men. I told you, I'm not taking no directions from him. I even changed my navigation voice to a man. I wanted to see if they have a dog. Bark, bark left. 300 yards. In tears from laughter. I'm glad. Oh man, look at this. I'm about to be in tears from this stop. Silly. Gold, you silly goose. What are you doing? Let's print. Man, we want this closure. We don't. Have a hard time settling on 250 pip stops, no matter how great it looks or it should run. Remember what I said also, if we get that high and we re-break the lows, I'm going to wait for it to attempt to come back up, because that break of the low can bring you right back up with these wicks, right? Because you got to realize that at some point, this candle looked like this, right? And boom, back in range. At some point, this candle looked like this, boom, back in range. Now we got a closure. We just want to make sure we get a good stop and another attempt in there. A lot of times, right, that first break of the lows, it's not it. It looks like it is now. You're about to lose cancer. I'm not getting in. No. It'd give you 100 pips. It's just difficult, right? It's difficult to adjust as well, because your brain is used to 40, 50, 60 pip stops. It's 200. Even if you drop lot sizes, it's like, it's still 200 pips, right? Because I don't think in terms of money when it comes to here. I think in terms of pips. I fucking live in terms of pips, right? Everything is in the store is between like 2 and 25 pips, right? Damn, that's 18 pips right there, baby. We can't afford that. But man, look at it, just melting. And I want, so like some positions make sense, right? This attempted to come back in range, but man, damn, it was a good trade. Yeah, we would be in there if this was 50, 60 pips. Yeah, we definitely would be in there. I have a hard time accepting that. And I'm cool with it. Like, I'm cool with seeing things drive and not taking a trade. You've seen me do that plenty of times. Just want to take it on my terms. Think panic sells will continue? Close your eyes. I'm fine. Go ahead. You can panic sell. I'm not really in the business of panic selling. I'm in the business of making money. And it's not about, there's no such thing as missing a move, right? You miss moves all the time. You were sleeping earlier, right? You missed all the London moves. You missed all of these moves. You missed all of this. You actually missed the move from $1 to 5,000. I bet you missed that move. It's always moving. I make sure when you're in there, if it's moving and you are in there, that you're in there on your terms. Short sale Tulsa. Thanks, gotta go. Going to a club nearby. Gotta go. Will Monday open be legendary? What if there's a 10,000 pip gap down? Okay. Voila. My daughter's. I think I told you this before. That's my daughter's nickname. So I call my daughter, my oldest one. Yeah, I mean, if you're dipping, please drop a like, sub to the channel before you dip, and share the stream. But we're glad to have you. Please show up on Monday morning. We'll do 2 streams. There's no Asian session tonight. We do 2 a days every single day, but not tonight because it's Friday. So if you're trading Asian session, it better be Bitcoin or something. Other than that, right? Our next session is Monday. Or I'm sorry, our next session is Sunday, but that's for the private channel, right? The private community, Signal channel. So if you want to be part of that, join up, and we will see you on Sunday for our weekly market open. It's a private session, 8 p.m. Eastern, for everyone in the Signals community, and we will do a 50K giveaway. I'll give away a 50K account on Sunday to one of the members, but outside of that, everyone else, I'll see you guys on Monday. We're not ending just yet. I'm still waiting on this, but Sunday will be that private session. Yo, short sale Tulsa. Why is your picture? Is that you in the picture? Short sale Tulsa. You look like ICT, bro. From the picture? Yeah, you look like ICT. Oh, no, never mind. I just zoomed in. No. Never mind. But from far away, unzoomed. You're a mechanic? You're a mechanic, huh? Getting old? Look, man, age is just a state of mind. And if you don't mind, it don't matter. You can say that to a young woman that you hit on. And if she says something about your age, you can just tell her it's a state of mind. And if you don't mind, it don't matter. Well, you got your good works. Yes, it did. I just didn't smoke any. Damn, so you're really 6'7"? Man, I love it. That's dope. You have a video on YouTube from 12 years ago. 12 years ago, I think 95% of this community did not even have a YouTube account 12 years ago. You have a video posted on YouTube from 12 years ago. Transmission repair. Hey, you were a mechanic. I knew it. I have some of me drumming from that long ago as a kid. You know when I joined YouTube? Like 2008, 2009? Like actually made an account. I've been watching YouTube since before fucking World Star. And World Star was like 06, 07, right? Ex-CNN host Don Lemon arrested by feds. Friends told me about it in 6, 7. Okay. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. Why is this good, Wix? Think about it. No top wick on this 1 hour candle. 30 level here. If we can close back up above the range here. Yeah, if we can close back up above the range, I will look for a bottom wick and buys on this fake out. Yeah, we need a closure back above, right? You got the 15 closing below, right? And the next 15 closes above. You don't really have a 30 fake out because this 15 was a part of the previous 30, but you're going to need then, I think we're going to need to wait for a 30 closure. But if we get this closure back up above the range, I will be looking for buys off the fake out just to get us up to these levels right here. 50, 80 is target. 500 pips. 400 pips, sorry, but let's get that closure back up in range and we will look for positions. Who's getting today? $227 watching? Damn, a whole bunch of people dip. Gang, do me a favor. When we get this W, please take screenshots and send it to all your friends that you know were on here and left. Tell them you didn't want them to miss out on what we did today. So you're going to be a good friend and send them a picture of all the profits. Okay. We wouldn't want to be shitty friends, right? Not show them any profits, but if they want to see profits, we'll send them a screenshot. Wait, let's be patient. Uh-oh. Leg candle closure. We can't have buys here. We did not close back above the range. So leg candle closure. Look at this. It filled the body here, which is what we know, right? Next candle will fill the body. If we were right above our level, we are looking at this bottom wick buy and that sniper entry, that same one that we had yesterday. But because we are below this level, this is our first indication. Hey, this level might be a resistance. Is it? No, not yet. But once we close bearish at this level, this will establish resistance, at which point we will look for it to retest at the lows here. But all right, at that point, actually, we're not going to do anything in this range. We're gonna wait for either closure below 5,004 or above 5039.8. There's another 15 minutes left, right? So let's still come back up here. Do whatever in 15 minutes. Give me a second, gang. I gotta run some bath. I gotta pee. Be right back. BRB. LOL.
Hey, Wix, you're muted.
Yeah, what I was... Thank you. I was just saying, who the hell expects a 777 pip drop? Hey, 777s. Like, on any candle, right? Forget this is a 15-minute candle, but I don't expect this off the hourly or a 4-hour, right? It's, you know, tough times. Trying to get a buzzer beater in here somewhere. Oh God, this song, not the spit song. I have to fast forward that. That was like a celery play, but you what? Right here on a break of the lows, yeah, with a 600 pip stop. I wouldn't take that with your money. Forget my money. I wouldn't take that with your account. Right. Almost understand now the celery. What's the onion then? Bullish closure at support, bearish closure at resistance. That's what it means. All right, I sent you thumbnails earlier. You didn't reply. I might have seen them amidst 100 other things that I had going on, so I might have forgot to go back to you. I don't remember if I saw them. Maybe somebody in my team looked at them. I don't know. I gotta look. Yeah, this is... might just take that into the signal channel. I really would like a position here today. Really want to end Friday with a bang. I'm okay with not taking one, right? We're in profits for the day, but I really like one here on stream. This would be amazing here for... The stop week's not amazing, but it would have been amazing here for the stream and for a buzzer beater, right? Just help someone who was blind through this app. Really gives you perspective on how gifted we are. Always be grateful. Yep. Look, man. That saying go. There's somebody in the hospital wishing that they could be outside the hospital, right? Just healthy. There's somebody healthy walking to work right now. Wishes they were driving. There's, you know, wishes they had a bus fare, right? There's somebody at the bus stop wishing they had a car. Right? Somebody on a car wishing they'd get an airplane ticket. You have an exemption entering a breakout without top wick for stop. You gotta explain that question. Trump speaks now. Yes, he's speaking now. Damn, he stole our momentum. I'm like, all right, we're gonna look for positions. Trump comes in. Trading during Trump talks is a completely different animal in itself, right? He stole our groove. Trump.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga.
Yeah. Trump speaking right now. Closed above here. What faked out? Was that the 5? His bottom wick. Man, we could have buys. This is a great buy limit. This is a great pancake position in terms of price action. Buys right there, right now. But our stops. 200 pips here. right? Because you're expecting the 1 hour to give you that top wick. But you also got to understand, look at the massive volume, right? No top wick on the previous candle here. So that 10% chance can still work out in terms of it going against you. And if it goes against you, like, I have a hard time justifying a 500 pip stop at any lot size, at any level, right? Fucking Trump, man. He's talking about how America's making steel. One micro, I have a hard time justifying 500 pip stops on a micro. Yeah, bottom wick entry makes sense, but your stops logically have to be here. 400 pip stop. And if your stop is there and you're getting a bottom wick entry, it flips 80, flips almost 90. Yeah, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do here. Hey, you'd see some draw. Well, you would have seen right now about 150 pips of drawdown. Like, how is that normal for you in your head? Even in your head, like it shouldn't. Like it shouldn't make sense. You can't argue for logic in here. It makes sense TA wise, right? Technical analysis, yeah. We can take that buy limit off of here. Keep stops below the range. Fine. The numbers themselves do not make sense. Stops here, 5,005. Great. Makes sense. I mean, buys here, 5,005. Makes sense. Stops here at 4,960 do not make sense for an entry at above 5,000. Right? You know, fuck around, you're going to find out. You know why? Yeah, you might win today, but that 10% happens, right? 99, one time out of 10, that 10% will happen and you'll write down here without ever getting that top wick. And guess what? That 10% chance probability of something happening just made you lose 500 pips. You're going to feel some type of way here on a Friday, risking 500 pips and losing. So no matter how good it looks price action wise, that's price action just one part of the equation. Timing, volume, levels, risk all come into play. Not RR, not an indicator, but all of those things, right? Not an FVG or SMC or whatever you call it. What are the other things that they say that the ICT cult says? None of that matters. None of those things are part of your equation. Your equation, timing, levels, price action, closures, right? And risk. Risk management. FVG, the WAP. What's the Trump speech about? Right now he has the owner of IndyCar Racing speaking in the Oval Office. I'm watching it, but Already noon. Time has flew by here. Christ. That'd be where we rechecked. Let's just tap that blue line, come back up. That's gonna be funny. Like this is dumb volume here, right? No top wick. Let's just fall flat for 437 pips. Probably even more. Look at that. Gold's going straight to hell, gang. Going straight to hell. Hades. Going to Hades. Yeah, I mean, if we're being honest, right? If we're being intellectually honest with ourselves and each other, there was not a single position here. There was one possible attempt at positions here, which was the rebreak of this low. And even then, I can make a case that 280 pip stops were not it, right? I'm sorry, even more. Stops 345 pips. Yeah, buy now to scalp. Not really a scalp when you buy and then you spend 4 days in 8,000 pip drawdown. Quick scalp. Close it out at 8 pips in profit. 10 pips. 10 pips. Yeah, they've just announced Tesla is launching a horse. Gonna be an electric horse. One horsepower. Problem is the candle has no top wick. That's not a problem. Problem is these ranges and the amount of volume. We want volume. Don't get me wrong. We just, we want a fair amount of it. We want it when it's driving in our direction. Oh, man. We gotta let go of the stream at some point. It's 12 times. I'm like Rose on the Titanic, right? Remember that? Used this example last week. Never let go. Never let go. Couldn't the bitch move over? There was definitely room for like 4 or 5 more people on that floating door or whatever the fuck it was. She fucked up. Had to see Leo float away into the ocean depth. That was weird. Yeah, like why? I waited 3 hours for her to be the reason he died. If there was ever a lesson to be taken away from that movie, it's don't fuck with married bitches. I'm sorry, kids. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If anyone's sitting at home with their kids, don't listen to Wix 9. Earmuffs, kids. I meant don't mess around with people's wives. Gotta make this shit kid friendly. You know, he fucked around and he found out. He died. The fucking ship sank. have done better. All right, there we go. They just moved away from the Trump speech because it's more of a meeting. He's doing a round table thing again. Figure out how many grams of protein this has. This is a sushi taco. This is how they sell it. This is rice and tuna wrapped in a seaweed like a taco. Trying to figure out how many. I got this shit at kimchi. Eating these sometimes. It's tasty and it's fast and it's got a lot of carbs. Let's see how much protein in this bitch. Yeah, that's a kimbap. I love these. Kimbap, they call it. Those are fire, yeah. This is what it's called. It's called Sangak Kimbap. I mean, in reality, she's the bad one. A married woman should never let that door open. Kimbappe. Mbappe. I mean, in reality, she's the best. You know what? I read a breakdown on that the other day. Someone did a whole thing. How, honestly, the movie is about a mean bitch, right? Technically, right? She's married. Her husband is taking her to America for a better life. In 1912, who the fuck, what woman living in England was happy with, you know, they all wish they could be there. So he's taking her to a brand new, better life. All he wants is a loyal woman, right? Taking her to America. And this trifling ass bitch hooks up with some low tier, you know, fucking camel jockey or whatever he is. What was his profession? And at the end, she got them both fucking killed. How does she end up? Yeah, how does she end up being bottom feeder? Good. Yeah. What was the word? What was the words we used last week? The old curses. Remember, there was nincompoop, there was knucklehead, there was some other one that we liked. Yeah, she's telling the story. Fuck that bitch. They should have never listened to the story. They should have put her in jail for killing two dudes. She's telling the story about a love, but that's not how the men saw it. I bet you that's not how they see it. If you get them boys from out the ocean depth and ask them for their opinion, they definitely don't see it like a love story. No matter who I am. She's self-snitching in reality. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, but like, you can't make the case to be a good person. Or you see how the love story back in the day, like, you know, like in the movies, people don't see it. People are like, oh, that's such a love story. No. That's the evil bitch. End of the week, end of the month. You're right. Gang. We are about 8-9% of the way, 9% of the way done with the year. 1 out of 12 in the books. Yeah, it's January 30th. Our next trading day, well, with the private channel, will be February 1st on Sunday. But for us, for the public sessions here, February 2nd. Yeah, we are done with January. Boy, am I happy to get the fuck out of this month. Blew both of your fundeds? Damn. I mean, look, the 10%. Great buy limit, but on the 10% chance that you fucking push through here, it's an 800 bit stop. Who fuck wants to do that? Wait, how far do we have to go here? We got some range. That was a massive move. We got that top wick. Oh, the 30's still open, right? Yeah, the 30's still forming this wick. Let's see. Yo, we might have positions here on the next candle. I would not mind taking this break at the lows, but it's got to be the next candle. The 30's got to close. While the 30's open, we could still push back up in range. Technically, while the hourly's open. But if we get another top wick, right? The 15's got one. If we get another top wick in the next 30, right? Because if this 30 closes, you want a top wick to fill the wick. 15's gonna do it here. Yeah, that was a whack ass drive. 93 pips. That's like 9 pips. 9 pip W right. First week here, been loving the streams. Excited to keep tuning in. Yeah, it's been fun. Wish we could run Asian session tonight because I'm just like love streaming. Asian session kind of has been printing better than New York's lately too. The 1 hour candle has no top wick. Can we sell anyway? I would not mind, since the 15's made this top wick, right? And attempted to come back in range and failed. The 15 closes, the 30's going to have to do the same thing. It's going to have to come up and fail that attempt back into range. So yeah, I would not mind selling off the next 30, but this 15 just stayed away at the range. So what we want, right? Market's just, right? It's been driving one direction without pulling back. Pulled back on a wicks, but there's no top wicks anywhere. So, god damn, Benny, that was a nasty fart. My dog just farted like a human being, man. Like a big human being. Like like a really big human. Like imagine Shaquille O'Neal farting. Benny just laid one of those. Even he's ashamed. He had to walk away. Benny, you're so funny, bro. He walked. He's melted on fire. You can see the disgust, and he walked away. Come here, bro. Benny, come on. Say hi. Come on. Go away. Leave that part over there. Nuclear. Yeah. Biohazard. Come here. Come on. High five. Go. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Getting real big. He's gotten really freaking big. Look at that face. Bro, no, not the paw. Not the paw. Put the paw down, bro. You're bringing me down with you. I'm not down. He needed the paw to snuggle this guy. He's too big, though. No, stop clicking. I'm just trying to show you off, and you go and do all this. That's it. Good boy. Yes, he is. You're a good boy. You're the best boy. Little ball of mush. Show me your teeth. Smile. Show me your teeth before I get your braces, bro. He's smiling. You guys just can't tell. Trust me. See, he's happy. He's very happy. Yo. Okay, now he's excited. Yo. Looks weird, bro. Looks weird on cam. He's been good today. Except for that fart, he's been really good. He's mushy. He's big mush. He's 130 pounds. Oh, little buddy. Yeah, little buddy. He's on me right now. And imagine it's like holding a 130-pound weight right now. Leaning on me. He thinks it's cool. He thinks he's a little doggy. This shit ain't cool. He's 130 pounds. All right, go, bro. He saw you. Smile for the camera. Let's go. And now you gotta go. Come on. How come you didn't want to do this? Smile. All right. Yeah, I want to go to the gym, but I'm gonna see if we can get an onion here. We can pull back up here to 5,000 levels. Maybe get a little sell off. 5,000. Be interesting. Rocking out today. There's nothing wrong with being on the charts, right? Just don't do stupid shit. The problem is a lot of people, the more time you spend on the charts, the likelier you are to do stupid shit. But while my mental clarity is there, right? While my mental capacity to understand what's happening here, price action wise, is at 100%, I can be here, right? As soon as I feel the, my mental state depleted a little bit, then I can be like, all right, yeah, I'm just not seeing things clearly. I'm seeing things very clearly. It's just there's nothing there. Nothing there. 4 minutes, but it's 30-minute candle. See if we can push back a little bit or pull back a little bit. See how this market, look, we've created a low, right? We understand gold creates highs and lows and then it retests them. That's what we were talking about yesterday and the day before yesterday, right? We love trading gold because it's so technical, right? It falls in line with the technicals so well that you can spot the opportunity and build an edge around it. Now, we've created a low and we should retest it. Now you're asking yourself, damn, we should get that whole retest of the low. Not necessarily. We might get a retest of the closure low. So while the hourly and the 30 is still printing, right? The 30 might close above here. You will never retest these lows here, but as you pull up to 5,000 levels and beyond, you'll retest the closure. Comex sell Wednesday morning. The rest of the week, all buys. More bounce to the ounce. Well, remember what Jay said on doing some back testing, building a data set. He said Wednesdays is the likeliest day to sell. It's a sell day. It's more likelier than not to be a sell day. Is it something we're going to base our trading off of? Fuck no. But we do remember that he did some research on that. Oh, I thought you meant like a silverback gorilla. Damn, silverback at 90K. I'm not buying no gorilla for 90K. Get it? Silver. Damn, silver is back to 90K. Different topic. Benny, if you don't fucking stop right now, you're going outside. I took a great trade on my demo, but I got out early in a loss on my live last night. I need to trust my analysis not to close early. Yes. Yes, there's a reason you end up taking the trade, right? You want to trust your analysis. Journal time for me. Great weekend, everyone. Yeah, please drop a like, sub to the channel before you dip. But yeah, this will probably be the last half hour. If we're not able to pull back to like 5,000 areas and get some kind of onion, this might be our last position. What you don't want is now to say, all right, we got a bullish closure. We can start pulling back to the resistance. Like, you're so heavily bearish that your edge is not in the buys here, and the buys can set up, but the edge with the buys is you will have to print, right? The 30 just closed, by the way. Look how bearish it is. The 15 is bullish though, and back in range. Our stops. 20. How many candles in a row can we get with no top wicks here? We can just keep melting. Look, no top wick, no top wick. That one melted with no top wick before. The buys make so much sense because that 30, like off the rip buys, not break a highs buys, right? But this is stupid volume that's just pushing with no top wicks. So yeah, smaller stops we would attempt, and I did because it would be a big drive up. But we're not attempting that. This just happened. This literally just happened. Right on that 15 there, it pulled up and then dropped. Look at this 15 pulled up, dropped, no top wick. There it goes. What I was trying to say is, once we get that, once we see this holding, right, and faking out and going to the upside, that doesn't mean the direction has changed, right? Look at this. The market didn't even give you a top wick here. The market, as it's driving, creating lows at fast pace, there needs to be a bit of a U-turn, right? And that U-turn, like, you can't, if it's driving like this is basically the highway, right? It's not the streets. This is the highway in terms of the charts, right? And if it's a highway, you can't make a U-turn on the highway. You got to get the hell off the highway, drive around the ramp, go back the other way, right? And then hop on the ramp going the other way. And same thing with the market, right? It's going to do its thing in these areas, right? Boom, 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 boom. That's how it turns around. It's got to get off here, go to the overpass, head back the other way, right? And then it goes back the other way. So what you want in situations like this, trading against trend with no structure, against the bias, you want range 2 breakouts, right? So you want this range to be created here. You want this range to be created. And as you create the range here on a smaller time frame, so you want these candles side by side here, you're going to want to close above after that range is created. So you create a range, you get that closure back up above that range, right? You'll have, that's your resistance for the range. And then you can look for this, and this is your wick fill here. That's your advantage point. But that's how you would look for buys. You want that closure above the range that gets created here at the bottom. You don't get that closure and you start just pushing back up here after a bottom wick. You get that bottom wick here. Start pushing back up. You don't buy there either because the move was down. This is just a pullback, highly likely on the higher time frame that it still continues down to retest the lows. What have you not had? A retest of the lows. So if that can happen, we don't mind looking for this, right? Somewhere up here. But as we are pushing down with no top wicks, just heavy volume to the bearish side, there's just nothing here. And I'm going to call it here. I didn't want that low to break, but it did break. Look, now we're pumping back up. The issue with this is, what do we clearly see? What is this? This is a lower high, right? Lower low, lower high, lower low. Created another low, right? Lower high here right now. But we've created another low. So the market keeps creating lows. You don't want to, buy when it's creating lows. That's like catching a falling knife, right? It's falling, basically a knife. You're looking to catch it. No, let this shit fall. And then you can pick it up and do whatever the hell you want with it. But don't set yourself up for failure, right? Put yourself in a position where good luck can find you, and I just showed you where good luck will find you. You gotta wait for it. The highway analogy was dope. Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of analogies today were dope. We broke down a lot of things. There's a lot of, every stream is dope. Every stream is massive value. Not every stream gets a 100 pip position, but every stream is a wealth of knowledge. And that's why I expect you guys to want to show up here and be excited to be on the charts, not to be excited to be in a trade. Yeah, profits are great. That's why we're here. We want to be rich and famous and all that fun stuff. But it's irrelevant. Today's profits are irrelevant in the grand scheme of your career, right? The bigger picture is the value, the understanding, the knowledge guided by experience, as I like to say, that you get here. That sets you up. That sets you up for an alley-oop. That puts you in position to, to really help yourself. Which broker are you using? For funded top 1 futures for my live account, AMP futures, AMP Global, AMP futures, they're called. It's funny because the terminal says AMP Global USA. So is it global or is it USA? You don't say USA. And yeah, I'm not an affiliate with them, just what I use. Man, I really wanted to send screenshots to the people that dipped early. Imagine gold will now be so volatile all the time. Yeah, we'll just trade it at lower lots. We'll see it, but it's not going to be. It will even out. Like this is standard. Progressions in price to uncharted territory. Benny, you got some shit on your lip? They got some shit on its lip. What's going on? Why are you crying, bro? Why are you crying? Literally got tears coming out of his eyes. Why? What happened? Crying. Did you get poked in the eye or you're really crying? It might be that fart. It's burning your eyes, bro. Might be that fart. The value is getting a peek behind the curtain and taking reps together. Thanks for sharing that. That's the real price. Yeah, I always say, yo, I'm in the trenches with you, right? There's one, like, you can't say nothing about my track record, right? There's nothing I can do. There's no loss I can take that will change my position in the industry, right? With the track record that we've built here, there's nothing that can be said about it either because it was built here in the trenches with you guys. I took every loss in front of you and every W in front of you, right? In the trenches together. So there's like, you know, my legacy in the industry is pretty set. I don't really care for impressing anyone, but I do want people to eat, right? We can all eat. You don't have to like me. I say that all the time. We don't have to eat at the same table, but I still want you eating, and I'm going to do my best to get you as far away from poverty as I can, because that's our only enemy. It's not each other, right? It's not any other trader. It's not the market. Our only enemy in life is poverty. Let's get ourselves as far away from it as possible. Or out of it. Stop drooling on me, bro. Hold on. When are you coming off Project X? As soon as they force me to. Until they force me to, I'm not fucking leaving. I'm about to be the only one using Project X on top 1. Feel me? And be like, yo, how you doing there, bro? How did you get it to stay? And you're gonna hear Wix9 tell you the truth.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga.
Straight up. Yo, Wix, how'd you get Project X? How'd you get Project X to work?
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga.
Ah, man. Yeah, let's call it a week. It's been a really good week, really profitable week here. It's been, so on a live account, it hasn't been massive, but so we're sitting at 5K on the live for the week. And on the funded, we're sitting at like $90, $1,300, $2,200, $25, $30, $38, $30. What's 38 and 16 40. We are sitting at 54. So 54.40 for the week on the live account. It's not a bad week. It's not the greatest, but man, in these markets, right? Yeah, you could have a lot more, but you could, this, like I said, this can be really unforgiving if you are wrong. I have a loss, but like we're gonna end the week at 5,400 in profits. Yeah, gang, I'm gonna roll a joint and roll out to the gym and then go pick up my kids from school, from work. Yo, Wick's got his kids working. This ain't China. We got the best child workers, the greatest childhood laborers. We start them younger than China. We will build the best Christmas gift sets. Send them to the poor kids that make Trump ties in. Well, this sucks in terms of the driving, but I'm going to tell you one positive about this for next week. We are getting the hell away from all-time highs. We are 10,000 pips away from all-time highs. 56.26 all-time highs. We are at, man, 48.90. We're almost. Kenny got to chill. He gonna become a joint. He gonna turn into a blunt. He's just being blunt. Kenny just being blunt. Yeah, this is good in terms of like for the fact that we're getting away from all-time highs and we know the levels here, right? These ranges are not going to be this big. This is what's good about it. We know the levels here. We know the ranges here. We understand how market moves here and what kind of stops we're going to see in these areas, right? So this is good. Expect a more or less a return to or get closer to our normal ranges as we go back into these areas. This parabolic shit ain't it, and it's not gonna last. But I would say, like people are like, oh, this isn't normal for gold. It's out of it's out of the usual behavior, right? Out of the normal, out of the norm, not normal, not usual behavior for gold. And like I said yesterday, I'd argue that when we're in uncharted territory, it is normal behavior, but we're not in uncharted territory anymore. We've been here before. We've been here before. We've ranged here before. We're going to trade through here, expecting the same as before, expecting these levels to hold, expecting these levels to tap and the targets to tap and ranges to play out, right? So be patient, be mindful of all of that. This candle. $99. You know what's cool? Hold on. Can we get a buzzer beater? Can we get a fucking buzzer beater here today? It flipped bearish. It should re-break the high. If we reflip, reflip bullish. If it re-breaks the highs, we might have a sell stop. Where did it close? Let me look at the levels here. It didn't close below. A little tough. Yeah, you might see a heavy pullback up now. Didn't close below. It rebroke highs. $90. Lost all my profits on my funded account with these moves today. Was so close to my first payout. Now back to BE. Now, this is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about earlier today. Now think about Monday and Tuesday as the ranges start evening out in December. Why couldn't you just wait and maybe you get your payout 2 or 3 days later? Missed your buy limit by 1 fucking pip. I'm tired of hearing that story. Tired of hearing that story. Tired of living that story too, bro. But next week, Wednesday, you could be sitting there like, damn, I'm 1 trade away from a payout. I'm gonna wait. Or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Like it'll show up. That position will show up one of those days and you get your payout. Or you set yourself back in this shit show, right? Complete horse shit over here. Complete horse shit. You set yourself up for now fighting back. You gotta work all of that back. I've done that. I've done that so many times in the past. And like I said, at some point you gotta get sick and tired of your own shit. What are we doing? Trading the celery play off the 1 minute here? 54 pips? Rookie numbers. I told you, I've done the wrong shit so many times for so long that I know exactly what not to do. Trying to save you that heartache. Yeah, there's pretty much nothing here. Gang, I'm gonna take this into the signal channel. There's possibilities of this setting up. If I see something, I'll call once again, as always. You guys already know. I'll call it in the signal channel, but it's gotta be convincing. It's gotta be beyond a reasonable doubt. Like I said, we're gonna take our trade to court. We're gonna gather all the evidence, and that evidence for our trade needs to be convincing beyond a reasonable doubt for us to get in there. If it's not convinced, we're gonna let it go. Wicks do tend to run the live account a bit longer than futures before closing positions. Do you tend? Yeah. I run my live account. I take partials and, get runners on the funded account. Because this is not a funded account. You see, this is a pre-live. So how do you get to pre-live? You get enough payouts. They get sick and tired of sending you payments and they put you on a live account. Where my first guess is they probably connect a copy trader to my live account and just have their own account being copy traded. I mean, my account copy traded to theirs. That's my guess. All right, because it makes no sense for them to keep paying me. They can just make money with me from the markets instead of being a position here on a funded company. So that's kind of what's happening here, right? They gave me a lot, and on this account, I'm maxed out at 1 contract. I cannot take a bigger position than 1 contract. 1 mini. And if I can't do that, right? I trade on the minis, not on the micros, then if that's the smallest position you can take on a mini, but it's also the max position I can take according to the account. So if so facto, I don't have runners here. I close when I close. All right, yeah, let's call it a session here. Let's call it a week. Let's call it a month. Almost 10% of the way through the year. We got to do this 10 more times and we'll be in December, right? And amazing. Great week. We started off the month with a win. We took a few losses in between. We're going to end the month with a win and in the green, regardless of what happened in between. Right? Regardless of what kind of ups and downs we had, I said it's a game of thousands. That day doesn't matter. That trade doesn't matter. You probably won't remember it a week or 2 from now. And I don't even remember what trade I'm talking about, but when I said it, see, All I know is as long as you stick to the plan and do what you keep doing, it's a game of thousands. One position should not have a significant impact on the rest of your life. Neither should one day or a week. It's a game of thousands. But we started off the year with a win. How you start it is how you spend it. We're going to spend the year winning. We started with a win. There was a few losses. It got a little shaky. I went about 300 pips into the negative in the first 2 weeks of the month. Different kind of volume, just adjusting the volume coming back in to the year. Into the markets in the beginning of the year. We were getting a lot of moves like this. No wick, push. And when you get a wick, it didn't push. It would come back the other way. And so it was a little funky in the beginning of the year. First couple of weeks, we were, I say I wasn't at my sharpest, right? I wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. But as the volume's picking up, as the money's coming back into gold, as we start to get moving here and things kind of normalize, right? You just stick to your guns, and over time, and like I said, look, I started the month off with, well, I got the first trade was W, but then I went into it, 300 pip, not drawdown, but I took 300 pips worth of losses. I was minus 300 pips for the month 2 weeks ago. We're not gonna end there. We're gonna end the month in the green. We're gonna end it in profits. We're gonna end the week in the green. We're gonna end it in profits. And if you worry about your trajectory instead of your goals, you worry about where you're going long term, not where you're going to end up tonight, it's going to be a much easier time for you. You're going to have a much simpler time taking on losses and getting out of them and not revenge trading and staying stoic and locked into what you do and being loyal to yourself, right? Every time you revenge trade, every time you take those positions that you weren't meant for, every time you get those impulses, you disloyal son of a bitch. How are you angry about your girl cheating on you, but you're okay with cheating on yourself in the market here? Or, anyone else, how are you okay with anyone lying to you? Or how are you okay with, someone taking your money and stealing or, getting one over on you, and you're not okay with getting one over or, or how are you not okay with that, right? You're not okay with people taking your money or stealing or getting access to your wallet, whatever it is, or stealing your identity, but you're okay with doing that to yourself? Why? Because you're the one doing it to yourself? Where's the accountability? It should be the other way around. If anything, that's the least okay thing. You girl cheating on you? Fine. Somebody stole your shit? Fine. It's their fault, right? They did the bad shit. In this case, it's your fault. You did the bad shit to yourself. Why are you cheating yourself? Treat yourself. Don't cheat yourself. Less is more, and think that this is the only way to be profitable. You are not wrong, but it's not the only way to be profitable. I believe it is a necessity to be profitable in the beginning, to give yourself, to see the light and to give yourself hope and to build some kind of proof of concept that it can be done, because that is going to inspire, it's going to incentivize you to keep doing what you were doing. And then you're going to see less is more, but doing more of that less is also more. You understand? So you'll be seeing the things that you say less is more, those things, you're going to recognize them more often and they're going to show up more because you're going to get good at just that thing. So yes, less is more in terms of variety, right? But in terms of profits, the more of that less that you get, the more profits you get. So you're gonna recognize that less a lot more often, and it's gonna become more. You understand what I'm saying? If not, save it to next week. Gang, let's call it a session. Sunday, private gang. I'll see you guys on Sunday for our weekly market open. We'll do a 50K giveaway, and we will trade. So hopefully we get some W's on Sunday. You're part of that, make sure you show up Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you're in part of the Signals community, if not, you got a couple days to join. Please join up, and you'll get to be part of the private community, all the access to the private Zooms, private chats, private streams, and obviously the Signals. And the no delay zooms here. Go get your top 1 futures accounts as well. Make sure you're ready to trade them by Monday morning. Make sure it's an instant funded account, not a challenge. Skip the challenge. Make sure you use code WIX so the account costs like a challenge account while skipping the challenge, right? So get yourself 40 to 60% off. Not sure where it's at right now. Stream tonight? No, that would be pretty fucking stupid. So what I'm gonna say is,
How about no?
because it's Friday and the markets are closed. You might not have realized it's Friday. I'm not trying to troll you. I'm just saying. That's just my natural response type of way. The jack. So you have off tonight, right? You can name is Jack. Jack's off. Jack off tonight. Love you, brother. Yeah, signal channel. If I see something throughout the day, I'll call it. But other than that, I'll see you guys, private gang. I'll see you guys on Sunday. And if I don't see you Sunday, if you're not part of that, then we will see you guys Monday morning and Monday evening. Where we'll run. It will be 2 days all of next week. We will run our private agent session on Sunday evening, and then Monday morning New York session, and Monday evening Asian session. First Asian session of next week. First Asian session of February. All right. It's Black History Month next month, so make sure you're up on your Black History. All my USA people. And he'd be like, man, I know everything. I already know everything.
I know so much I forgot half of it.
Yeah, I feel you. Forgot way more than half of everything that I used to know. Way more than half. Think about it. Everything that you know and used to know and all the things. You know how many recipes? You know how good of a cook I used to be 20 years ago? I don't remember half those recipes. Fuck it up. But yeah, bro, I could cook anything. You get me in a lab. I mean, in a kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
I could cook, bro.
Baking soda chef.
Nah, I don't know what the fuck you talk about now. No. I was baking cookies, dog. All right, we gotta go before we get in trouble. Zoom gang, see you guys on Sunday. Yeah, join the Discord. It's also free. Yeah, streams are free 99. Man, I marked up the 4-hour support for a buy, tapped it, rejected it. It was too scared to take it. I don't blame you. Look at the ranges. The good thing is you marked it up. It worked. You're getting. Remember how I was saying? I like I don't care if I'm in a position here. Like when market was coming back down to this area from a late candle, I say I love it, and I'm not in it. I knew it was going to happen, but I love the fact that my concepts play out. I love seeing my concepts at work, right? The way I trade, I love seeing it work. And this is our concept at work coming back to that level. The problem is, right, the risk doesn't always align, as I was saying. And if it doesn't, you stay out. But the concept's the concept. It works. You see it in action. You remember it. It's reinforced here. Big range, small range, no range. It's reinforced once again. So it makes me that much more confident in taking this next time. But risk is risk, right? And it's got to be correct. Got to line up with everything else that you're doing. Just like you need the 4-hour lining up with the 1 hour, you need the levels and the volume line up. You also need your risk management to line up with your position, with your trading style, with your relationship with money, with the actual setup to make sense, right? So it's okay that you didn't get in it. The fact that that's what you were locked in on, and that's where you realized your edges, will make you that much more comfortable next time and more confident for you to get in. Okay? Mods, thank you so much for helping me run the stream. Chat, love, and wisdom to you all. It is 1 p.m. Yeah. There's a party in the USA. my mind. I gotta go smoke a joint, go to the gym. Chat. That's our time. You already know the deal. My time here is up. And come on, everybody. Let's do it together. Let's go. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. And just like that, another New York session is in the books. Thank you guys for rocking with me all of January. We will be back in February. I will see you in the shortest month of the year. Is it leap year? It's not leap year, is it? But Valentine's Day is almost upon us. You can send me all the flowers. All the flowers. Damn. How did you guys steal a whole month, man? How did you guys get a whole month? We don't have a whole month for off-whites. We need an off-white month. You guys got a whole damn month over here. Ain't that a bitch? I don't know how you did it, bro.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga.
All right. Have a good day, everybody. See you, the private gang. See you guys Sunday. Everybody else, see you Monday. Enjoy your weekend. And hope to see you back next week. Please drop a like and sub to the channel on your way out. Love you guys. Later.